Flurry Heart's Reign by Singing Lark. Flurry Heart walked through the corridors of the Crystal Palace with a plate of food in her magic. She waved hello to a maid, then turned a corner and walked to an Innesis door. She gripped the handle, but it didn't open, not yet. The ambient temperature dropped as Flurry's heart changed the magic she channeled. Her aura changed from her usual pale yellow to a deep purple. The door unlocked and Flurry walked through, then locked it behind her. She waved the smoke from her eyes and then made her presence known. "Hi Mummy, Daddy," she said. "I brought you some food, daisy sandwiches, frog eye salad and chocolate milk." Cadence sprang out of bed, her featherless wings instinctively opened to fly away, but she folded them as soon as her shock wore off. She couldn't fly anyway, not without her magic. Shining was nowhere to be seen. "I wanted to see you two, and don't worry, it's just us. No pony will bother us." Flurry Heart put the plate on the nearby table. "Cozy says hi. Where's Daddy?" Flurry got the answer a second later. A white blur burst from their closet, tackled her to the ground and pinned her. "Cadence, run! Go find Twilight!" Shining yelled. She sprang out of bed and attempted to open the door, but it remained locked, and with no magic, it would stay so. Flurry effortlessly stood up, despite Shining's best efforts. She smiled and said, "Alicorn magic's great. Shame you don't have any anymore, Mummy, thanks to Tirek. I'm so much stronger than either of you." Her smile fell. "Don't do that again. I'll let it slide today because it was harmless, but if you ever do that to any pony else, whether it's a maid or Cozy Glow, you'll regret it. I'll bring Chrysalis, and then it will never happen again because you two will be my perfect little playthings. You've seen Trixie and Starlight Glimmer and how happy they were when I helped Chrysalis take over her portion of Equestria. You can hurt me any time you want, but if you ever do it again to any pony else..." Cadence sat on the floor, defeated. "Why did you have to free them?" A smirk pulled at Flurry's lips. "I thought it would be fun, and it was. I don't regret it. Now I have an entire kingdom, friends, power, and a mare friend." She lifted the plates of food, then gave them to her parents. "Eat up. Honey Roast worked hard on this meal, so don't waste it. If you don't have at least a bite, I'll cast a want it need it spell again." That's scared enough to eat. Flurry watched in silence until her parents were done. After their plates were empty, she asked, "Mummy, do you even know where Auntie Twilight is?" Shining and Cadence held their breaths. It had been years since they received any news about her. Flurry smiled wider. "She's alive, but she might not be sane. I turned her to stone the same day I unpetrified the others." The news she was still alive was all Shining needed to hear to gain the strength to defy his daughter. Despite his lack of magic and her allies, he needed to try. "Why would she not be sane?" Cadence asked, feeling brave too. "Discord didn't change after 1,000 years?" An image of Discord materialized. "Discord didn't change because even though the elements trapped him, he had the power to keep himself entertained. His physical form is only there to let him control it. But Discord is chaos incarnate. He's already in every chaotic place." The image changed to a petrified Twilight. "Auntie Twilight is the princess of friendship and magic, and since my friends deprived her of magic and her friends, she had no power to use. Now Auntie Twilight is staring at a wall in Tartarus with nothing except her thoughts." Cadence let out a choked laugh, which slowly changed to a sob. Shining glared at his daughter. "Why don't you resurrect Summer if you enjoy causing ponies so much harm?" he spat. Flurry's smile fell. She growled. "I will never do that. My subjects will never have to live under him ever again. The rest of Equestria is suffering, but there are more resources for my kingdom to prosper because no pony else is using them." Flurry gripped her parents' faces and made them stare at her. "Even Cozy, as bloodthirsty as she is, knows not to harm my subjects. If she does, I will kill her. I love her, but I love my subjects more." "Are we not also your subjects?" Cadence said. Flurry grinned, then let them go. "You are, but I'm the princess of families. Shouldn't my family get special treatment?" "You don't show it. How can you tear families apart when you should protect them?" Flurry's horn charged with a dark purple aura as she teleported out of the room. The couple hugged and cried as they mourned the young filly they once knew. If she was even real. Flurry released the villains as soon as she learned how. Maybe the young filly was just a ruse. Yellow magic surrounded them, then gently pushed them to the furthest wall. The aura changed to a deep purple as their daughter opened the door, but it changed to yellow right after. Flurry walked in with a cart of books. She unloaded the cart, then teleported away. "History lesson, since you two seem to have forgotten. Nightmare Moon was still the princess of the night. You don't need to be nice to embody your domain. I'm the princess of families. I rule over them. Nothing is saying I can't use my power to tear them apart or keep them together. I can do whatever I want, which is to keep my subjects safe and have the rest of Equus burn." She left the books, then walked to the door. "You should study. Love you. Bye." Fluttershy Learns to Read and Becomes an Alicorn by I Am Sinnoh and Decaf. "You can do it!" Fluttershy cheered as she looked upon the scene. Angel was trying to do 10 million push-ups and was on 9,999,999. The bunny huffed and puffed, his ears flopping at the side, his exhaustion causing them to not be upright as usual. Fluttershy knew that rabbits kept their internal organs in their ears, and that they needed to be upright to function properly. "Just one more, Angel, just one more," the Pegasus encouraged. "You can have all the carrots you want after this." Unfortunately, Angel hated carrots, so he gave up and died. "Wait, what was that?" Fluttershy knew that his heart wasn't supposed to explode, but it did anyway. "Oh no!" she cried out. "Anyways, hello Fluttershy," said Rainbow Dash. "Hi Rainbow." Fluttershy waved. Angel exploded while exerting himself again. "Could you get Twilight for me so that she can raise him from the dead?" Rainbow Dash scratched her head. "How many times has that happened this week? Again?" "It's been 15 times. Which is normal. Twi's not going to be pleased." Rainbow shrugged. "She already raised him from the dead so many times. She probably is quite irritated at this point, since she had to break out that weird book several times." "If she would teach me how to read, then I wouldn't need her help," said Fluttershy. "You don't have a horn to do necromancy," Rainbow pointed out, "so even if you could read the spell, it'd be useless." Fluttershy sighed. "I just want to read, Rainbow. Read and raise the dead. Is that so much to ask?" "Tell that to the princesses." Rainbow did a random loop in the air. "They might be able to give you a horn. They gave Twilight wings." "I'll go do that," said Fluttershy. Then she goes to do that. Exiting the door, she flapped her wings and ascended into the air, heading for Canterlot. "Do you still want me to call Twilight for help?" Rainbow yelled after her. Fluttershy didn't hear Rainbow Dash. She was too busy leaving her behind for no reason. Rainbow shrugged. "I guess she didn't hear me." Pulling out a bench chair from absolutely nowhere, she sat down. "I'll wait for her to get back so I can ask the question again." "I'm dead," said Angel, just in case Rainbow Dash didn't remember. Yes, you are, said Rainbow Dash, and I don't really care. I just listen to Fluttershy so she doesn't use the stare on me. Understandable, Angel nodded, before going back to being dead and allowing us to return to our main character Fluttershy. The day would have been beautiful if it wasn't so ugly. Fluttershy flew through the sky like she had wings. She looked back at her tail. I should really get more extensions, she thought. It's not long enough. It was only 50 feet long. All the cool ponies had 60-foot tails. She remembered when Gabby Gums exposed her tail extensions. She didn't cry because of that. She cried because her tail was too short in the picture. Maybe if Fluttershy learned how to read, then she could learn how to make her tail longer. She flew even harder to find the secret to literacy. 5 hours later, and 16 mares who cried for no reason later. She landed in front of the Canterlot Palace. She then proceeded to walk in, ignoring the guards and heading up to Princess Celestia's room. Fluttershy kicked down the door. Pulling out a megaphone, she pressed the button. "Wake up!" she yelled. "Princess, I need your help!" Celestia was asleep until she wasn't. Then she was awake. "What?" she said. "What is not what you should be asking, for the universe is deeper than a simple question like that. You should know better, Princess," Fluttershy said calmly. Celestia laughed. "Oh, Fluttershy, you're just mad because you're angry that you can't read. Maybe if you grew a unicorn horn, then you would become literate. I'm very smart because I am Princess Celestia." "But if you are so smart, do you know what is 9 plus 11? Fluttershy queried. "If you fail the question, you need to give me a horn." "Easy, 9011. You would know that if you had an Alicorn brain." "Wrong," Fluttershy countered. "Even a fool knows that the answer is 21. Now give me a horn or I'll use the stare." "Oh, Fluttershy, we all know that you have to be able to read to use the stare, and that only ponies with horns can read. I'm going to give you a horn if you promise to only use it to bring back the dead." "I was going to do it anyway," Fluttershy answered. "Angel is dead, and I want to bring him back to life." Celestia wasn't listening. She was too busy casting the spell that would turn Fluttershy into an Alicorn. They end up in the place with stars and memories. "Sister!" a familiar voice bellowed. "What have you done?" "I taught Fluttershy how to read," said Celestia. Fluttershy laughed maniacally. "Now that I can read, I have the power to destroy the world." Luna froze. "Oh, Fost, help us all," she whispered. "Celestia, you have doomed us all." "Of course," said Celestia. "A little doom never hurt any pony." Fluttershy was reading books with reckless abandon, excited to know what the words meant. "Spell to raise the dead," she read aloud. "Yes, with this I can raise all the dead I want and take over the world with Angel and his ancestors." "Don't read the spell," said Luna. "Do you have any idea what happens when you bring someone back from beyond the veil?" "I don't give a language," Faust shouted, poking her head through a dimensional tear. "We're PG rated." She then drew her head back through the dimensional tear. "If you say shit, you die," said Celestia. Then she died. Good as any other place to test the spell. Fluttershy cast the spell, and Celestia was revived from the dead. "It works." "Oh no," said Celestia. "What was dead like?" asked Luna. "I saw Mother," Celestia answered. "She told me she was disappointed in me." Luna nodded. "Sounds like her." "I don't care about your backstory," shouted Fluttershy. "I just want to have my pet bunny do 10 million push-ups and rule the world. Is that too much to ask?" "Yes," Luna answered. "No," Celestia replied. "Everyone deserves to rule the world." "I knew you would understand," said Fluttershy. 3 hours later, she was back at her home, using a new horn. She raised Angel from the dead. "I'm not dead anymore," said Angel. "Do push-ups," said Fluttershy. Angel did one last push-up, hitting 10 million. Fluttershy raised Angel's ancestors from the dead and went to rule the world. Author's note: This is what we call quality shitposting at its finest, and when two shitposters come together. Torturing Celestia by Jamin P. Rose. Celestia, 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 you should have known better, I say as I crack my whip across her cheek, making another bleeding gash that stains her coat crimson. Her eyes glare up at me, still just as defiant as when we began. The more you resist me, the more I whip you. Fuck you! She shouts, struggling against the chains that hold her down. I'll never give in! I crack my whip across her horn, drawing a deliciously agonizing scream from her. A second strike makes the scream rise in pitch dramatically. Listening to the sweet music of pain, I watch as she writhes in her chains. Several bleeding gashes across her body stain her coat with more crimson blood, her motions aggravating the wounds. I grip her mane with my magic and force her to look at me. This could have been over hours ago. All you have to do is tell me how to access the vault. Never! She screams, staring into my eyes with a burning resolve as strong as the sun. Perhaps I'm going about this the wrong way, I ponder aloud as I let go of her head. After a moment, my whip digs into her flesh again, this time on a cutie mark. Doesn't matter, this is fun and eventually you'll break. Celestia clenches her jaw and growls at me as I pull my whip back to strike again. I can't help but to laugh as I strike her again and again. More bleeding gashes appear on her coat, adding to her new crimson colour scheme. All you have to do is tell me, I say with a slightly crazed laugh. Or do you want me to whip you to death and move on to your sister? Don't you dare touch her! Ha 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 ha! I cackle as I strike her right eye with my whip. Her screams are delicious to my ears. The smell of her blood is heaven to my nose. She will be next. The only question is, do I let her see your broken corpse first? Unless you tell me how to access the vault. Never! I will never give you access to the reliquary. Celestia screams back, the blood pouring from her destroyed right eye. You'll have to kill the both of us. So be it. I will enjoy killing you, and then her. My whip lances across her left wing joint, making the already existing wound even deeper. A second, third, and fourth crack of my whip rings out along with her screams of pain. On the fifth strike, another cracking sound joins the crack of the whip. The wing hangs loose in its binding, no longer attached to her body. Her screams of pain are like an orchestra of pain and anguish. It sends a pleasing shiver down my spine as I grin sadistically at her. I'm going to take your other wing next, I say, my voice rattling maniacally. You're gonna regret not telling me what I want to know. Do your worst, she spits, the other remaining eye glaring up at me. As you command, I stutter, a little struggling to contain the madness within. My whip cracks against the joint of her other wing. Once, twice, thrice, and on the fourth the joint snaps. The wing is severed fully with one last blow as maniacal laughter billows forth from my mouth. As I raise my whip again, this time I strike her horn. Her delicious agony splatters the room like warm blood as my laughter only grows louder. Again I strike her horn, and again her agony spills forth, this time like a rushing waterfall. I whip her horn again, and again, and again, dozens of times. Each time her beautiful pain flows across the room like a wave. The sound is ecstasy to me, but nothing compares to the sound of her horn cracking and then shattering under the kiss of my whip. Her eye weeps as her anguish flows, eye into me like the most delectable of wines, sweeter than sugar ever could be, pure, unadulterated bliss coursing through my veins like icy fire. I collapse to my knees as my body is racked with exquisite pleasure. Before me lies the visage of a broken princess, her wings severed, her horn gone, one of her eyes destroyed, and countless bleeding wounds turning her into a crimson mess. Oh Celestia, I'm so glad you resisted me. I haven't felt bliss like this in a long, long time. My voice is a shuddering whisper. Not since the first time. You monster! She whimpers, her voice weak from the pain. You'll pay. I break down into a crazed laugh as I struggle back to my hooves, fighting against the bliss that racks my body. I walk up to her and use my magic to pull her head back, forcing her to look me in the eyes with her one good eye. When I'm done with you, I'm going to destroy your sister, and your niece, and your former pupil. But first, I'm going to destroy you. You're worst. She spits in my face. I kiss her right on the lips, only for a moment, pulling back just as my whip digs into her flank. Her scream is all the sweeter as her expression goes from surprise to pain in an instant. My whip hits her flank again, cutting into her cutie mark. Again and again I strike her mark, slowly shearing away the coat and skin until her mark is gone. All that remains is a bloody mess. My whip moves over to her other side, the process beginning again. All the while her song of agony plays for me, the sweet melody of suffering, pain and anguish. When the second mark is fully removed, I stare down into her eye. Are you ready for your world to be plunged into darkness forever? Fuck you! She stutters a little, but her resolve is harder than steel. I don't respond with words, I simply crack my whip across her one good eye, destroying it. I stand there watching blood run from her destroyed eye, smiling down at her knowing that I was the last thing that she ever saw. With a sigh, I let down my whip and walked towards the door, leaving her in the room to bleed and suffer, to dread when I return to torture her again. The wing is severed fully with the last... The wing is severed fully with the last... The wing... The wing is severe... I stare into her one eye as I rise... No one refuses me amor cadenza by Zamariak. No one refuses me amor cadenza. It was a little after sunrise, and in a conveniently abandoned room, a room that used to be mine and Shining's before I divorced his anti-snuggling behind, there was a very stubborn, yet undeniably attractive human tied up on a bed. An undeniably attractive, naked human tied up on a bed. He was so stubborn, but now his time is up. He's mine. It had been a little over a year since we first met, and a little under 4 months since I'd divorced Shining Armor. Turns out that my dream of a perfect prince had been just that, a dream. It was fantastic when we had married a few years ago, but as time went on, I had quickly realised that Shining was not the perfect stallion I'd fallen in love with. For not a mere 2 years after we married, he actually stopped accepting my snuggles. And when he stopped accepting them, my love for him quickly began to wane. I am the princess of love. Snuggles are as necessary to me as breathing. But then I met Adam, A brave man that had survived outside of the Crystal Kingdom for a fortnight, in the cold without any warmth and barely any sustenance. Shining had left me long before the time I met him, so after meeting and taking him into my castle, it was with no shame that I began to nurse him back to health. We became good friends quickly, as did he and both my aunts, though Twilight has yet to show any emotion towards him but disdain. Then again, she's yet to look at me with anything but disdain too, so maybe it's just what her face looks like nowadays. Adam said it looked like a smacked ass, which, while funny, deserves some punishment. So I smacked his ass like he was a naughty colt. He enjoyed it, whether he wanted to admit it or not. Celestia's teats. Even I enjoy a bit of spanking every now and then. Perhaps going so long without any snuggles wasn't the best of ideas. Sure, I didn't want to snuggle a stranger, but times can get pretty desperate when I go into withdrawal. So after a few failed attempts, I asked Adam if we could snuggle. But he refused, firmly. Shining had refused. That cross-dresser in bar 69 had refused. And even Dusty, my close and personal servant, had refused. But oh no, there was no way in Tartarus I was going to let my best friend refuse. He had not accepted a single snuggle from any pony, not a one. So after a few hours of intense thought, I came to a very clear conclusion. Adam needed to be snuggled, whether he liked it or not. Thus why my dear friend was currently tied up stark naked to a bed, and by the looks of things he was just about to awaken. It was time. I watched with savage glee as Adam opened his eyes, blearily blinking in an attempt to rid them of sleep. Where am I? He croaked, looking around the room. I let out a very light cough to draw his attention, and draw it I did, as his eyes, filled with fear, quickly snapped onto me. Hello, my sweet Adam, I crooned lovingly. How was your nap? Cadence? He stammered. What's going on? Why am I tied up to this bed? Naked. I ignored his cute little questions and instead began to make my way over, running my hooves along his left leg as I did so. Do you want to know something, Adam? I asked sultrily. He looked at me warily, but nodded, and thus I cleared my throat and began to explain away. I've recently come to a very startling conclusion. My scrumptious-looking friend, you have been without any personal contact since the moment you arrived, and I have been without any personal contact since well before that. And upon realizing this, I came to a very cuddly solution. Without any warning, I fluttered off the ground and on top of my delightfully smooth friend. Friend, not for much longer. I continued, am going to snuggle you like you have never been snuggled before. And you, my beautiful friend, are going to lie back, relax, and enjoy every snuggly moment of it. What? He sputtered. Cadence, no! I don't want to be snuggled. And if you were my friend, then you'd accept my decision. I grinned. I giggled. But that's where your argument falters, for I am not your friend. Not anymore. Now, I am more than that. And by more than that, I mean your snuggling buddy. And by your snuggling buddy, I mean the one and only man you are ever going to give every ounce of your love and tenderness to for the rest of our lives, understand? He blinked, slowly. I need an adult, he whimpered. I am one, I countered. Now, let the snuggling begin. I wrapped my hooves around the back of his neck, pressed our lips together, and began to snuggle him senseless. No! Actually, this feels quite pleasant. 5 hours of snuggly goodness later. Adam, now untied, was breathing heavily as he looked up at the ceiling, his body tied, bruised, and thoroughly snuggled. As for myself, I too was completely satisfied, My wanton craving for snuggles was finally quenched, thus saving the very spirit of what could have been an innocent soul. Of course, Adam was innocent too, but the snuggles cried out for him, and so snuggle him I did. I am both really aroused and utterly confused, he spoke up suddenly, turning to face me. I thought we were going to have sex, not snuggle the breath out of each other for 5 odd hours. Sex? I asked curiously, putting a hoof to my muzzle in contemplation. Oh, so that's why you were so stubborn. Well, yeah, he chuckled, brushing his forehead lightly as he breathed a sigh of relief. Guess I had nothing to be worried about after all. The snuggling was quite nice, and I'm glad you stripped me for it. Fur on skin is a nice sensation. Though the kissing was unexpected. I guess you like me, huh? Quite so, I giggled. Perhaps we could go out and watch a movie later. Are you asking me on a date? Be a more cadenza? Maybe, I drawled slyly. Then sure thing, I'd like that. The next few minutes were spent in comfortable silence, broken only by the occasional nuzzle and kiss I gave him. Adam? Yeah? Have you ever heard of a struggle snuggle?
Holding your breath still, you jump the fire. We'll just sit and wait till you see me fly. You know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. See me fly, you know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly.
Lunar Snuggles by Jamin P. Rose.
If everything I dreamt of it was true, I take your blessings with your heartaches too.
Your eyes blink open to the gentle light of the setting sun, its last rays gently shimmering against the dark walls of the room. Little specks of silver shimmer in the fading light as the numerous constellations painted onto the walls shine like miniature suns. It's perhaps the most beautiful part of the room's design and something you've always loved. However, there is something much more beautiful beside you. Turning your head, you can't help but to smile at the pony sleeping next to you. Her dark coat, as smooth as silk, shines with just the right amount of luster. Her wings are fluffy and soft. Her mane and tail shimmer with countless stars and galaxies. She is the princess of the night, and she is yours. Gently you slip under her soft wing and wrap your hooves around her. Her coat is as soft as clouds look, and as warm as a fire on a cold winter night. As you nuzzle against her, you feel her still gently and wrap a hoof around you as well. The gentle and warm embrace lulls you into a state of euphoria as you cuddle with the goddess of the night, with your goddess of the night. You swear that hours pass like this, just you and her together.
Come on, let's make this blue moon shine all day. Let's make this world do everything you say. It's so easy and so wonderful to feel this way, to feel this way.
Soon she begins to stir more, and her grip on you tightens a little as she lets out a big, adorable yawn. As her eyes flutter open, you lean in and give her a gentle kiss, which she returns as she rolls onto her back, pulling you with her. Soon she breaks the kiss and gently nuzzles you. "Good evening, my love," she says in her silken voice as she wraps both her wings around you. Good evening to you too, my beautiful angel of night, you reply as you wrap your hooves around her neck and go in for another kiss. This time the kiss lasts a lot longer, your tongues dancing together in a passionate duet. All too soon though, you have to break off the kiss to breathe. The both of you are a little flushed from that kiss. Not that I'm complaining, but you're rather passionate this morning, she says as she strokes your back with a wing. It's hard not to be with a lover like you, you reply, smiling down at her as you use a hoop to gently scratch behind her ear. Her pleased groans are music to your ears. She continues to stroke your back, gently sending wonderful shivers along your spine. After maybe a minute, you pull your hoof back from her ear and gently nuzzle her cheek.
I miss you. I miss you. I miss you.
And I want to feel just how much I love you. You're too good to me, she says with a sad smile. You silence her with a hoop as you shake your head. You deserve every ounce of love I have to give. Don't ever say that I'm too good for you. You pull your hoop from her lips and wrap both of your forelegs around her, holding her as best as you can despite the difference in size. Tonight you'll be doing nothing but getting snuggles from me. No court, no petitioners, no meetings, nothing. But nope, the kingdom can hold itself together without you for a day, you say, cutting her off again. Now I'm going to snuggle the fluff out of you and you're going to love it. You give her a gentle squeeze with your hooves as you nuzzle against her chest. Despite her protests just a moment ago, she relaxes into your snuggles and eventually wraps her wings around you again. You hadn't even noticed that her wings had left you in your passionate command that she be loved and snugged. The two of you stay like that, snuggled up together for what feels like an eternity. Before there is a knock at the door. With a groan, you loudly let go of your goddess of the night, pausing only to push her back down when she tries to get up. I will handle this, you tell her as you climb off of her and off of the bed. Approaching the door, you gently push it open to find the royal attendant standing there with a scroll and her magic. Is Her Majesty up yet? She asks, her eyes respectfully looking down towards the ground. She will be taking the day off. We are not to be disturbed unless it's an emergency, or breakfast. Yes, my lord, she says with a bow. You shut the door again and walk back to your lover. Climbing onto the bed and back onto her, you give her a nuzzle and a kiss on the cheek. I'm going to snuggle you until breakfast is ready. She doesn't reply with words as she wraps her wings around you and holds you close. The gentle warmth of her body soothes you as you snuggle against her neck. Time drifts slowly like a feather, falling through the air as you hold each other. Yet it still feels too soon, as there is another knock at the door. Your Majesty, my lord, breakfast is ready for you, a voice calls through the door. I guess we have to get up after all, she says as her wings unwrap and let you move again. We do, but that doesn't mean that you're going to do anything but having a wonderful breakfast with me, you say as you climb off of her and off of the bed. What will we do after breakfast? Go back to bed? She asks as she climbs off the bed. No, I have a better idea, but it's a surprise, you answer coyly, walking towards the door. Now, come on, or breakfast will be cold. I look forward to seeing this surprise, honey, she says as she follows you. The promise of breakfast and a surprise puts a spring in her step that makes you smile. I promise you, Luna, today will be a day that you won't forget, you say as you pause at the door and give her a kiss. Now let's go eat. Together, the two of you head off to enjoy a wonderful breakfast.
From the highest mountain to the deepest well, I never thought I'd be the one to tell. It's so easy and so wonderful beneath your spell. Bright is the shadow that my true love casts. Dark is the light he shares. If I could only have one more night, I'd forgive him, I swear. I swear. I
When Dawn Sparkles by Night Sparkle Production. Pray do tell me what reason you have to return to Canterlot, Celestia. I am not certain, Luna. I just want to pay Twilight a visit, that's all. The last moments of her conversation with her sister was what kept playing through Celestia's head as she stepped off the train at the Canterlot station, ignoring the stares and murmurs from every pony around her at the sight of one of the former rulers of Equestria, and instead lifting off into the air once she was outside, flying straight towards the castle and swooping down to land at the front doors as the guards stiffened to attention. The former ruler passing them a nod as she walked inside, sighing as the memories of her time within these halls rushed back to her. But there was plenty of time to dwell on the past another day. Right now, she was here to visit Twilight and maybe get her former students' advice on why she felt like her life was incomplete. For recently, Celestia had been feeling more and more like she was missing something, a part of her that when she found it would make her life complete. And despite all her years of knowledge, she couldn't put a hoof to what it might possibly be, which was why she had decided to make the journey to Canterlot, and why she was now knocking on the doors to the throne room, feeling a strange fluttering in her chest when she heard Twilight's familiar voice calling out, "Come in!" Sure enough, the reward of keeping her visit a surprise was evident as soon as Celestia walked through the doors. Twilight's face lit up with excitement, and she hurriedly stood from her throne and made her way to greet Celestia, the two mares meeting at a midway point between doors and throne, with Twilight embracing Celestia in a hug that the former ruler returned, feeling a warmth in her chest as she smiled warmly. "Celestia, I didn't know you were coming, or else I would have prepared something," Twilight exclaimed, and Celestia chuckled as the two eventually pulled out of the hug. "I wanted to keep my visit a surprise. You seem well, Twilight," the white Alicorn remarked, and the lavender Alicorn smiled widely. "I'm doing perfectly fine. It's been a while since we last saw each other," she said, and Celestia nodded. "It most certainly has. You've definitely grown since I last saw you," Celestia remarked, since Twilight now stood almost eye level with her former mentor. "And you don't seem to have changed at all," Twilight said with a warm smile, and Celestia wondered briefly whether that was a good or a bad thing, but she quickly waved that aside as Twilight continued. "So, to what do I owe this surprise visit, Celestia? To be honest, I was hoping you could possibly help me with an issue I have been pursuing an answer to for quite some time now," Celestia answered, and then Twilight motioned for her to continue. Celestia hesitated before saying, "For quite some time now, I've felt as if there's something missing from my life Something that for the life of me I cannot discover any fragment of what it might be. Interesting. How long ago did this start? Twilight asked, as she and Celestia began to walk together out of the throne room and down the hallways of the castle. Several months, if memory serves me correctly, Celestia answered, sighing as she hung her head slightly. Other than that, I know almost nothing about what this may be. All I know is that whatever it is, it's like nothing I've ever experienced before. I see. I may have an idea as to what it is, but for now, why don't we just walk together for a while? Twilight offered, and Celestia nodded in agreement. The two Alicorns making their way through the halls of the castle, with Celestia not really paying that much attention to where they were heading until they stepped outside, and the white Alicorn glanced around to find them standing in one of the gardens of the castle. Twilight, why are we here? What does this have to do with anything? Celestia started, turning her gaze towards her former student, only for the words to die on the tip of her tongue as she beheld Twilight, the midday sun shining down and illuminating her former student's mane, causing it to shine in a vibrant brilliance, perfectly framing Twilight's face as she smiled slightly at Celestia. I'm testing a theory, Twilight said as she trotted up to her former mentor. Celestia opened her mouth to ask a question, but was cut off as Twilight leaned in and suddenly kissed her. The white Alicorn's eyes widened in shock before she felt the same strange warmth in her chest spread through her entire body as she returned the kiss. When Twilight pulled away, Celestia was left to catch her breath slightly as Twilight smirked down at her, the lavender Alicorn giggling to herself at the look on Celestia's face, before eventually saying, I think I may know what you're suffering from, Celestia. And what is it? The white Alicorn asked once she had caught her breath, and Twilight smiled as she leaned in and whispered in her ear, You're missing someone in your life to love and cherish you, more than like a sister or a friend would. Celestia blinked, opening her mouth to say something to negate what Twilight spoke, before pausing and thinking it over as she closed her mouth. Sure, she had made plenty of friends in her lifetime, but even in her retirement she spent most of her time with her sister, but never once had she thought that the reason for her feeling of incompleteness was that of love. So, you're saying that I need to find some pony to be with? Celestia eventually asked, and Twilight shook her head as she leaned down and kissed her former mentor's cheek, eliciting a surge of warmth from Celestia's chest through her entire body as the white unicorn blushed and lowered her head. No, what I'm saying is that you need to find the pony you love, and that loves you back, Twilight said, before adding, and based on your actions here, I know who that is. It's you. Twilight fell silent as she and Celestia stared silently at each other, one with the look of shock, the other with one of revelation. While it was true that Celestia had viewed Twilight as a student for most of her life, she couldn't deny that Twilight had grown up into a fine Alicorn and ruler, and it was no lie that she was extremely beautiful. It only made sense that Celestia might be inevitably drawn to that which she was familiar with the most. So, what now? Celestia asked, already knowing in her heart what she wanted to do the most. Now we just see how much we love each other, Twilight said, and the two met each other in the middle as they embraced and engaged in another passionate kiss.
Kiss me slow, side to side. Kiss me slow, before I go. Kiss me slow, before kiss me slow before I go.
Luna would later receive a letter that read the following. Luna, while I intended for my trip to Canterlot to be a short one, I have come upon a realization and the solution to what has been plaguing my thoughts these past several months. Please do not worry about me. I am fine and well. I am just spending some time with my new special sun pony here in Canterlot. I will be back by the end of the week. I promise. Sincerely, Celestia. Her Most Sacred Duty by Drunk Luna. Featuring Lotus Moon as Princess Luna. Check out her awesome channel. Princess Luna landed outside Ponyville Hospital and teleported inside. She knew exactly where she was going, but her focus still shifted, slightly jarred by the overwhelming sense of loss that always seemed to fill this area of the hospital. The hallway smelled of alcohol, floor cleaner, sadness and death, a stark contrast from the cheerful, bright colours and pictures that adorned the walls of the ward. Luna hated this place, and for the briefest of moments she wished she had stayed on the moon. At least on the moon, foals barely old enough to speak didn't have to die. The Alicorn sighed and continued down the hallway. Her destination was the fourth room on the right. Even before she opened the door, Luna could hear the sound of agonal breathing, a clear sign of a life's imminent departure. Doctors called it the death rattle for a reason. Though Luna had heard the death rattle billions of times by now, the sound still tied her stomach in knots, especially when its source was a pony as young as the one in this room. She knew she didn't have much time. She needed to get to work. Sighing heavily, Luna magically opened the door, closed her eyes, and entered the dream realm. Luckily, the foal's dream was the first one she saw. The little filly was bouncing around a meadow, healthy and happy. She spotted a pink and white butterfly and chased it through a field of fragrant pink peonies, laughing as she rolled among the flowers.
Sweetie Belle?
Luna called. The filly's ears perked, and she raised her head at the sound of Luna's voice. Princess Luna, you're here! Sweetie squealed. Wait, I thought you only came into Pony's nightmares.
Usually I do,
Luna said, swallowing the pony-sized lump in her throat.
but I wanted to give an extra special dream to one of my favorite fillies tonight. Now, how about some ice cream? What's your favorite flavor?
Sweetie said. I like cookies and cream. Grinning, Luna created a giant bowl of cookies and cream ice cream, which Sweetie Belle dove into. After the filly had eaten her way to the bottom of the bowl, Luna cleaned Sweetie off and asked her about her favourite kind of cake. Chocolate! Sweetie squealed, giggling. Luna created a giant chocolate cake with the most delicious frosting Sweetie had ever tasted. As Sweetie finished her cake, Luna lay down in the soft, cool grass and motioned for Sweetie to join her.
Now,
Luna said,
why don't you give me a list of things that you have always wanted to do? What is your greatest dream?
Sweetie thought for a second. To have my cutie mark, be an Alicorn princess, and live in a huge castle with my family and all my friends, like you, Sweetie said.
All right.
Luna said with a nod.
Then an Alicorn you shall be. Stand still, little one.
Sweetie's mouth dropped open as Luna sent a glittering swirl of magic from her horn. The magic lifted Sweetie upward. After Sweetie had reached the ground, she shook her head confused.
Come and stand next to me, Princess Sweetie Belle. This evening, you shall reign alongside me as co-princess of the night.
Sweetie's eyes widened, and she gasped as she turned her head and noticed a brand new pair of wings.
There is more. You also get your very own crown and necklace. But first, try out your wings.
Luna encouraged the filly. Sweetie spread her wings and flew in a graceful circle, then landed next to Luna, who conjured a white crown and matching necklace, which both glittered with huge diamonds and were decorated with a pink rose. "They're beautiful, Princess Luna, but why is there a rose on the front of my regalia?" Sweetie asked. Luna smiled warmly.
Why don't you look over your shoulder and find out for yourself?
Sweetie gasped as she looked at her flank, where a pink rose, which looked exactly like the one on her crown and necklace, had just appeared. Tears filled the filly's eyes as she realised that her most fervent wish had come true. She had finally received her cutie mark. She took a step forward and a pale pink rose grew where she had just stood. Sweetie took another step and a white rose appeared. Then the filly spread her wings and took off, leaving a fragrant trail of pink and white roses on the ground beneath her. Soon, Sweetie had created a meadow full of fresh roses. Luna took a deep breath and blinked to conceal her own tears.
And now, your castle, Princess Sweetie Belle.
Luna proclaimed. With one sweep of her horn, Luna created a magnificent giant castle in the colours of Sweetie's mane, complete with a moat and drawbridge. Sweetie flew inside, and Luna followed.
Well, Princess,
Luna said with a smile,
what is your first royal decree?
"I decree that Rarity, Scootaloo, and Applebloom shall become princesses too, and that Applebloom and Scootaloo shall receive their cutie marks," Sweetie declared. With a nod, Luna conjured Sweetie's sister and best friends, turned all three ponies into Alicorns, and adorned Scootaloo and Applebloom's flanks with their cutie marks, a scooter and an apple blossom. Luna was touched that Sweetie's final wish had not been for herself, but for the happiness of her sister and friends. Suddenly, a lapse in the dreamscape told Luna that it was nearly time for her to perform her hardest, most sacred duty for Sweetie Belle. The filly also seemed to know. "Am I about to go home?" Sweetie asked.
Yes, little one.
Luna replied softly as she felt the heat of tears behind her eyes. This would never, ever get easy for her, but she also felt honoured to play a role in these moments. She quickly conjured the rest of Sweetie's family and friends. Sweetie ran up to her parents first, oblivious to what was taking place. Luna had just done the impossible, yes. This was a dream, but she had pulled Sweetie's family and friends from the waking world so that they were actually physically present and aware of everything that was happening. Their last memories of their daughter, sister, and friend would not consist of a sick foal laying grey and motionless. Instead, they would always remember Sweetie Belle this way, as the vivacious, beautiful filly she was before cancer had stolen her from them. "We love you, Sweetie," her parents whispered, squeezing the filly tightly. "Be good, little sister. Watch over us, okay?" Rarity sniffed a bit, pulling Sweetie into a hug. Suddenly, from the distance, two healthy, strong unicorns approached Sweetie. They looked so young, but Sweetie still instantly knew who they were. "Grandma! Grandpa!" Sweetie gasped. She and Rarity ran to hug them, but Luna stopped both fillies.
You will see them again when your time comes, Rarity,
Luna said gently.
But now, I must escort Sweetie Belle to her eternal home.
Gently draping her wing over Sweetie Belle, Luna walked the filly to an ornate pair of gates, which immediately opened up for Sweetie. The filly gave Luna one final little smile. Then she turned and ran to her grandparents, who lovingly embraced Sweetie as they welcomed her into the beautiful light beyond the gates. Her parents and sister returned to the land of the living. Luna's eyes overflowed with tears as the gates closed. A sob ripped through her usually stoic facade, and she bowed her head, momentarily allowing herself to grieve. Luna's entire body shook with the force of her sobs, and she gasped for air, falling to her knees. She and the Sweetie Belle had always been close, as they had bonded over the fact that they both had sisters who made them feel overshadowed. This loss was uniquely painful for the princess of the night. Luna simultaneously dreaded and relished these heartbreakingly precious moments. Parents should never have to outlive their foals. but Luna always did her best to make these transitions, far too many of which she had seen during her long reign, pleasant and easy for the little ones who had reached the end of their all too short lives. She had ushered countless foals into the afterlife after they had been starved, neglected, abused, and, more frequently, after they had valiantly fought a long illness, as Sweetie had done. Luna felt a tiny pang of envy as she pondered the fact that her older sister would never know the pain that was such a common occurrence in Luna's role as guardian of dreams. With a sad sigh for the little life that had just been snuffed out, Luna collected herself and teleported back to the dream realm. The night was still young, and there were many more dreamers in need of guidance and protection from their princess. A Common Misconception by Magic S. An airborne chariot glided through the night sky as it flew the short trip from Ponyville back to Canterlot. Luna's way of travel this first nightmare night after her return had been quite eye-catching, and she now relaxed after a simply wondrous night. Sure, things did not turn out exactly how she expected them to, and she learned quite a few surprising things about her little ponies. But thanks to Twilight Sparkle and her friends, it had all turned out well. Luna would have to think of a way to thank Twilight and Fluttershy especially for all their help. For now though, it was time to return to the castle and get ready for her duties as guardian of the dream world. Her two escorts were making quite good time in flying them back. The castle was already in view, and in just another minute she would be landing atop the high towers of Canterlot Castle. "Are thou both doing all right?" Luna asked the ponies flying her chariot. "Just fine, Princess Luna," the guard on the right said. "We'll have you back to the castle in a jiffy," the one on the left said. "Excellent, but please don't tire yourselves out on account of me. I know it has been a long night for you." Luna smiled accommodatingly at them. No problem, Princess. They both saluted her. Luna sat up straighter in her seat as she watched them bring her down to the tower. "My sister has done an excellent job of raising quality guards while I've been away. The two of you have done your job admirably tonight, and I must thank you for acquiescing to my request as well, as odd as it may have seemed." The wheels of the chariot landed on the open balcony of the tower. This part of it was designed specifically for this purpose, which is why it was wide enough to suit the landing of a chariot in the first place. The two guards threw off their harnesses, and Luna stepped off the carriage with an easy smile on her face. "Thank you, the two of you are dismissed for the night," Luna said and began to walk past them. Princess?" one of them said. Luna looked over her shoulder with a raised eyebrow. "Yes?" Both guards pointed up to their faces. "Oh, my apologies, how could I forget?" Luna said as she walked back to the two of them, her horn lighting with a dim glow. "No need to apologize, Princess," the left guard said. "Obviously you have a lot to think about," the right one said. "But I had just mentioned my request to have you dress up as part of the masquerade called Nightmare Night. The folly was mine to forget that your costumes are more complex than simple clothes," Luna said and aimed her horn low at the two guards. A wide beam came out and washed over their features. They glowed bright and white for a second, and when it ended their bodies had changed. "There! The illusion spell is undone. a small glamour aided by my physical accoutrements. Before her stood 2 ordinary white Pegasi, royal guards like any others. The only difference right now was the somewhat ornate and unusual armour they wore, and the contact lenses in their eyes. The 2 were now popping out. But things like their coat colour, the longer frayed ears, and the bat-like wings on their sides had all disappeared. "It was a great costume idea, Princess Luna," Radiant Sky said to her. Falling Sword nodded in agreement. "I think the ponies in Ponyville were really impressed when seeing us. And then your cape turned into bats as we landed. It looked so cool together. Bats and bat ponies." Radiant Sky grinned. "Thank you. Your words of appreciation fill me with great joy." Princess Luna minutely nodded to the 2 guards. "Where did you get the idea for bat ponies anyways? And where'd this armour come from?" Falling Sword asked as he started to shuck the armour off. "Well, I have been thinking of a way to make an impressive entrance that my subjects would be awed by, and hopefully would make them happy to see me. It didn't quite work out that way, but I'm still happy with how your costumes turned out," Luna said. "The armour was provided by my dear sister when I broached the idea to her. She said something about retrieving them from a bargain bin. Obviously some sort of location or item of great power." Radiant Sky and Falling Sword shared a glance with each other. "Right." Falling Sword then coughed, swiftly attempting to bring the conversation back on track. "So, bats?" "Indeed, bats," Luna nodded. "I had pondered on a creature of the night that could represent me well, and since bats also flew, they were clearly the best choice. So thus your garb and identities as bat ponies was born. A hit if I do say so myself." "Yeah, it goes along with you really well. Makes sense that Princess Luna would have her own nocturnal guards and attendants, right?" Radiant Sky said. "Heh," Falling Sword grinned. "How many of the ponies in Ponyville do you think thought we were actual bat ponies?" "Ha!" Radiant Sky had to laugh. "Come on, the costumes were great, but obviously no one thought that's what we really looked like. How could they?" "We weren't just wearing costumes though. The magic really altered our forms in their eyes. No pony else in town was doing something like that," Falling Sword pointed out. Did I perhaps go too far then?" Luna mused. "Oh, no, Your Highness." Falling Sword quickly shook his head and apologized. "I didn't mean to suggest anything like that." "Yeah, the costumes were perfect," Radiant Sky smiled. "I am glad to hear that. Again, I must express how ignorant I am of society after only returning so soon ago." Luna sighed. "You've done a great job, Princess," Falling Sword said. "Yeah, and no need to worry about causing any misunderstandings. No pony has ever heard of or seen anything called a bat pony before this. Even if we looked real, they'd just have to think for a second before realizing it was all a costume or trick. Otherwise, what? It means there are a whole tribe of pony and bat hybrids living somewhere in Equestria that no pony knew about, and they only came out when you returned from the moon?" Radiant Sky slapped his knee. "Ha! That's a little much. Or maybe they think you made them somehow, or you called out to all the creatures of the night that Princess Celestia has kept hidden away for 1,000 years, and regular ponies are kept in the dark about it." "An amusing thought." Princess Luna smiled in good humour at Radiant's creative musings. "What if next year we didn't even dress up as bat ponies again?" Falling Sword said, "and Princess Luna just went to Ponyville by herself. It would be funny if any pony asked her about her bat pony companions. If they were never seen again after this nightmare night, maybe some gullible ponies will think they've even gone back into hiding or something." "Well, Nightmare Night does seem to be a night of good-humoured pranks and games as well as scares in some ways. Perhaps this ruse is something to keep in mind for next year," Luna considered. "The legend of the mysterious bat ponies," Radiant Sky laughed. "Quite so," Luna chuckled along. "But now I fear the night has gotten late. and the moon will need to both lower in the sky soon, and also I would like to attend to the dream world. Can I count on the two of you to have the chariot and costume attire taken care of? Of course! Both saluted at once. Being night shift guards, we're both still wide awake, Falling Sword said. Then I bid you farewell, and I hope the rest of this year's Nightmare Night is favourable to you. Luna nodded and turned, walking into the tower and heading towards the stairs that would take her further into the castle. This time there was nothing that caused her to halt. Falling Sword turned to Radiant Sky with a grin. Well, this has been way more fun than I ever expected. I know, right? I'm glad Princess Celestia suggested the two of us when Princess Luna asked for 2 guards who could accompany her to Ponyville, Radiant Sky said. Well, let's get this chariot back to where it should go. Falling Sword said as he and Radiant Sky went to take care of the chariot. However, the events of the night couldn't help but make them think. Bat ponies, huh? What do you mean? Radiant Sky raised an eyebrow. Well, it's funny to think about how many ponies we might have confused tonight. Still thinking that we might have caused some of them to think that bat ponies are real? Yeah, and I was thinking, not in a mean way or anything, but isn't it kind of fun to think about? Like, what if rumours about bat ponies spread and some anthropologist tries to research them? Radiant Sky chuckled. That'd be a laugh, right? But it got me thinking that bat ponies is a kind of plain name, isn't it? I mean, come on, we can totally come up with something cooler than that, right? Like if we're going to be a whole tribe or something, isn't it kind of lame to just make it sound like we're some kind of random breed of pony? Pegasi like us aren't called just wing ponies after all. Okay, so what would you call bat ponies? How about something like Thestrals or Sarosians? Now you're making up words. Home Remedy by Runic Treetops. Hold a tissue to your nose as you prepare for the oncoming storm. Sure enough, you find yourself sneezing several times, getting the poor tissue absolutely drenched. Throwing it into the nearby bin, you rub carefully at your nose, which at this point is bright red and irritated from the sheer volume of tissues that you've been pressing against it in the past few hours. You shuffle around a bit in an attempt to get your head more comfortable on your pillow. You're tucked into your large, comfy bed, but it is not exactly easy to enjoy said comfort when you're sick as a dog. This sucks. It isn't the first time you've gotten sick since ending up in Equestria or anything, but at least last time it didn't come with any burdens. You called off work, got in bed, made sure you had ample access to fluids and a toilet, and you let the sickness run its course. You didn't have to stress out or having someone worry about you or anything. Now though, sunshine, I brought you something. You glance at the hallway to your bedroom. There, grinning at you, is your lovely wife Celestia. The retired princess struts into the room, a bowl of something being held magically in the air. She slides a small tray which had been placed on your nightstand over to you and places the bowl on top of it. The liquid inside is a sickly green colour, and the small purple chunks in it make it look downright toxic. And the smell! Jeez, the smell! Dear. What is this? Your voice is weak and raspy, which does little to hide your hesitancy to accept whatever this foreign substance is. Just a little home remedy that will make you right as rain. What's in it? Oh, you know, flash bee honey, Fruit from a dragon sneeze tree, water from the froggy bottom bog, typical stuff. You have another coughing fit, partially out of shock from that strange, potentially dangerous list of ingredients. How is this supposed to help the flu? The flu? I'm sorry, darling, but you're mistaken. I know ponypox when I see it. Ponypox? Those flushed features, that stuffy nose, that horrible cough, not to mention your nausea. Those are all signs of ponypox, love. Those are also signs of the flu, which I've had before, and I am fairly certain I'm experiencing now. Bup, no more stalling. Today I'm taking care of you, and I'm going to make you feel so much better, but I'm also not going to let you get up without taking your medicine. Now then, she levitates a spoon into your hand. Eat up! Ugh, there's really no getting out of this, is there? Welp, bottoms up. You awaken from a apparent nap. You feel groggy and a little strange apart from the general sickness. You rub your eyes and look at a nearby clock. Looks like it's been a few hours, stretching just a little bit and having a coughing fit while you do so. You notice the bowl still sitting on the tray, back on the nearby nightstand. The bowl is still pretty much entirely full. It's at this point that you notice the indescribably disgusting aftertaste on the back of your tongue, and you begin downing a cup of water to have literally anything else on your taste buds. If you had to guess, you'd wager that Tia's strange concoction was so gross it knocked you unconscious after one sip. Home remedy, your butt. That stuff was straight up poison. Placing the cup back down, you try to adjust into a more comfortable position, only to find that your legs feel weird, kind of numb actually. Lifting the covers, you are once again so shocked that you have a coughing fit as you struggle to make sense of what you see. Covering your legs are about a dozen leeches, happily helping themselves to your blood. You briefly gag. It takes everything in your power to stop anything from coming up. Those things are disgusting. You've heard of leeches being used in some medical practices, but how is this going to help the flu? And who could have even... Never mind, that's a stupid question. As if on cue, your wife enters the room once more, looking just as chipper as ever. She trots over to the side of the bed, glancing down at your exposed legs and then back at you. Well, what do you think? What do I think? Tia, why are there leeches on my legs? To help with blood flow, of course. You can't let ponypox cause any issues in your legs while you're laying down. Especially you, since you're so tall. Tia, I don't have ponypox. I can't even get ponypox. This isn't going to help me at all. If anything, this is probably seriously unhealthy for me. Come now, sunshine. There's no need to be such a baby about it. It's okay if you're not very good at being sick. That's what you have me for. Just let me take care of you, okay? You grab another tissue and sneeze a few times. You then catch your breath before responding. Tia, I appreciate it. I really do, but please, I know my body. This will pass on its own. If you really want to help me, could you just bring me some regular soup? Or maybe a wet towel? Are you sure? I am. Don't worry about me, okay? If your ponypox gets worse, don't blame me. In a huff, she leaves the bedroom, closing the door behind her. You feel kind of bad. She really did just want to help after all, and you more or less shooed her away. Still, there's a bunch of freaking leeches on your legs. You have to draw the line at some point. With a sigh, you begin the horribly disgusting process of removing the blood-filled leeches from your legs. About an hour later, you hear a knock at the door. You try to welcome your visitor in, but your voice gets caught in your throat. Being sick isn't easy. Regardless, the door opens, and to no one's surprise, Tia enters once more. There is a concerned look on her face, and feeling a sense of deja vu, you notice that she is carrying a steaming bowl. Wordlessly, she walks over to you, retrieving the tray, removing the old bowl, and placing the new one in front of you. This one smells pretty good actually, and the steam alone helps to clear your sinuses just a bit. It looks like ordinary soup. You look up at her, and her ears droop. My sunshine? I must apologize. What for? I asked our practitioner about your condition, and he agreed with you. He said it sounds like the flu, not ponypox. Then what? He scolded me for my treatment methods. Apparently, my home remedies haven't been commonplace in hundreds of years. They don't even work. Wow, really? You did figure that, even though you don't understand much about ponypox. Her remedies were a bit strange. After coughing a bit more, you continue. I'm surprised you didn't know that, what with your experience and all. Come now, darling, don't make me bring up my age. I've been around the block more than a few times, but the only pony I've ever had to take care of like this was Luna, and that was over 1,000 years ago. I just wanted to help you. You give her a warm smile. If you weren't feeling like crap right now, you would absolutely go in for a hug. I know, Tia. Thank you. I really do appreciate it. And I'm sorry if I came off as mean earlier. I wasn't trying to assault you or anything like that. I know you weren't, dear. Though to be fair, you put freaking leeches on my legs. She giggles. It's adorable. Please never do that again. I make no promises. Giving you a teasing smile, you watch as she magically adjusts the blanket for you, making sure you're as comfortable as possible. I'm going to get a wet towel for you. You just focus on getting better, okay? Thanks, Tia. Love you, sunshine. Love you too, dear. With a warm smile, she turns to leave the room. You look down at the still steaming bowl of soup and lift the soup to your lips. Sure enough, it's delicious, and it feels heavenly on your throat. Gosh, you love that mare. A few days later, standing in the hallway, you delicately knock on your bedroom door before opening it. There, sitting in the big, comfortable bed, is Tia, her nose red and irritated, and her mane frazzled and all over the place. Hey, Tia, how are you feeling? To be honest, not too great, but hey, I've been worse. Her sentiment is cut short by a sneezing fit, giving her a moment to compose herself. You grab the nearby tray and place it in front of her, along with the bowl of soup you brought in with you. Here you go, Tia. So thank you, my sunshine. She takes a sip and gives you a nod of approval, to which you respond by giving her a grin. Need anything else? Leeches, maybe? No, thank you. I learned my lesson already. No need to tease me about it. Alright. I'll leave you to it then, okay? Oh, sunshine, before you go. Yeah? Can you get me a half gallon of vinegar? Why? I know a quick way to clear this ponypox right up. Are you sure that's... Looking at her pleading, tired eyes, you stop yourself just before finishing that statement. Instead, you let out a resigned sigh. I'll be right back. Her doctor is going to kill you.
Seasons they With each new breath, new roads ahead, embracing every moment as my guide.
The Throne is Cursed by Banjo64. What remained of the door fell to the ground, leaving an awkward moment of sound as both parties stared at each other. On one side was Rarity and Spike committing crimes against an entryway of a retirement home, and the other was former Princess Celestia levitating an enormous mug so large it looked more like a stage prop than an actual drink holder. The moment passed and Celestia's unexpected guests entered the room proper with concerned looks on their faces. Celestia let out a sigh, took a swing from her mug, and gave her visitors a deadpan look in return. My front door was unlocked, you know, said Celestia. Sorry, I think we took that turn a little too hard. We'll hoof the bill, time is of the essence, and we require your assistance immediately, announced Rarity. Let me guess, Twilight Sparkle's been acting odd lately, and you were hoping I'd have an explanation or possibly a solution, said Celestia in an annoyed tone. Your spot-on first guess tells us that you very much have them. I respect you a great deal, Celestia, but good heavens am I tired of cleaning up after your patch job solutions. If you anticipated trouble, then why, pray tell, did you not see fit to tell us sooner? Demanded Rarity. Seriously, you're not a princess anymore. We're not going to teach you a lesson as an answer this time, added Spike, arms crossed. Oh no, not this time, believe me. I would have been happy to warn her about this one. Pain in the flank that it was. And before you ask, the reason I had to stay quiet is the same answer to what's happening to Twilight. The title of ruler of Equestria is cursed. Said Celestia. Rarity and Spike blinked and looked at Celestia in disbelief. Celestia just took another swing of her mug. Oh yes, that's the stuff. Dark beams of life and happiness. How I've missed you, mumbled Celestia. Perhaps it was the absurdity of what she'd just heard, but Rarity couldn't help notice something off about the former princess. It wasn't just the horrible case of bedmain, the haggard look in her eyes, or her almost out-of-character snarkiness, but the scent coming from her mug was wrong. Wait a minute. Are you drinking coffee? Since when did you enjoy anything other than tea? Asked Rarity. Since always, I was just unable to take my drink of choice more often than not because of the curse until this morning, and let me tell you, if I have any say in the matter, I'm never drinking that leaf water again in my life. Millennia of tolerance does not magically become preference. Not when it comes to caffeine, said Celestia. Again, Rarity and Spike could just stare in disbelief as Celestia took another swing at the coffee. This was not going the way they expected it to. Still, Twilight was in trouble, so Spike shook his head to clear it and pressed on. Okay, so Twilight's been cursed. I'm sure she'd argue on whether curses are an actual field of magic, but that's beside the point. Where did this curse come from? And what can we do about it? Asked Spike. Ha! If there was something we could do about it, I would have gotten rid of it ages ago, said Celestia with a scoff. Celestia took yet another swing, emptying the mug. She then levitated over an equally oversized coffee pot and filled her mug right back up. Rarity couldn't help but wonder just how many of those oversized mugs of caffeine Celestia had already drunk that morning. The curse was put on the title the moment Luna and I took it. There was a bit of an incident right after our coordination, you see. Princess Platinum had objected to us being rulers, and insisted that she should be the one to take the title. So Luna and I, little troublemakers that we were, decided that the only appropriate response was to prank her, said Celestia. Prank her? I have several questions, said Spike. They can wait until story time's over, Spike. So, after being rather publicly humiliated, Platinum managed to pull herself out of the river and make her way back to the throne room. She begrudgingly decided to cooperate and let us take the throne. But she also declared that if we were going to be princesses, we were going to have to start acting like it. And then cast the curse to make sure we would, said Celestia. So, the curse makes ponies act more regal? Asked Rarity in confusion. Oh no, this is Princess Platinum we're talking about. Even after learning the values of friendship, she was a spoiled noble with an ego bigger than Rainbow Dash's. Her idea of acting like a proper princess was drinking fancy tea, eating fancy foods, wearing fancy clothes, and having the peasants do all the work. She thought nothing about being courteous, respectful, or even slightly polite to others, deadpanned Celestia. There was another moment of awkward silence as Celestia took another swing, while Rarity and Spike shared uncertain looks. Of course, she also considered politics to be the greatest sport invented by pony kind. Tartarus knows why. And paperwork to be her favourite hobby, so the curse didn't do anything about them. Shame, really. Could have used some level of enjoyment out of slaving over that desk for so many years, mumbled Celestia. Wait, back up a minute. So all these years you only drank tea because Princess Platinum thought that was what it meant to be a princess? Asked Spike. Yep, didn't matter how much I hated it. I would get cravings that only tea could satisfy, and when it wasn't tea, it was mountains of sweets because sugar in any form was considered fancy back then. To be fair, I always had a sweet tooth, but it was a constant struggle to keep the pounds off with how much cake I was compelled to guzzle down. And poor Luna had it even worse. The first pastry she genuinely cared for wasn't invented until 200 years after her banishment, said Celestia with a shake of her head. I have several more questions, said Spike. Those answers are personal and I refuse to give them. The need for fancy clothes was even worse. The crown constantly got tangled in my mane. I always hated wearing that heavy thing around my neck. And I couldn't even sleep or take a bath without being fully dressed because of how naked it made me feel. Do you have any idea how hard it is to scrub your hooves while wearing shoes? Asked Celestia. Yes, actually, answered Rarity without thinking. Celestia and Spike gave Rarity a pair of looks. Rarity quickly realised what she let slip, gave an awkward cough, and turned away to hide her blush. Anyway, the clothes were bad, and the absolute worst was the fact that, as a princess, it was my responsibility to sit back and let others deal with important issues. It didn't matter if it was an invasion, monster attack, or my own sister going crazy. If it couldn't be solved with a smile and fancy speech, there was no possible way for me to take care of it. And if I tried anyway, the job would always end up half done. I think you two know perfectly well how frustrating that was, said Celestia. Rarity and Spike nodded. Yes, they were aware. They were also aware of the dozen or so angry letters they'd sent to the royal sisters regarding this matter. Rarity's blush grew deeper, while Spike started showing his own. Oh, and obviously we couldn't tell you about the curse. I think some of our more trusted retainers figured it out on their own though. Now that I think about it, it might be a good idea to write it down for future generations of the royal staff. Now that I can, assuming Raven hasn't already done so, mumbled Celestia. Wait, that's it? That's all the curse does? Asked Rarity. Pretty much. I wouldn't have passed the title to Twilight if I didn't think she could handle it. I know it might seem bizarre to see Twilight's sudden change in diet and formal wear, but I assure you that it's nothing to worry about. She's otherwise the same book-loving pony we all know and love. She's even already prepared a new generation of heroes to pick up the slack now that she's basically useless for saving the world. There will be some adjustment, but I have the utmost confidence this will work out, said Celestia with a reassuring smile. But what about the orange mane? Or the spiked armour? Or the laws about chicken farmers? Asked Spike. Celestia blinked in confusion, but then got a horrified look on her face. Chicken farm? Oh no. Tell me, is she also wearing a bracelet that looks like a negative rainbow puked on it? Celestia asked nervously. Well, yes, actually. I don't know what in Equestria that unusual expression is supposed to mean, but it certainly describes that hideous thing well enough, said Rarity. Celestia double face-hoofed and let out a long, exaggerated groan. She then finished off her mug again, got up and rushed over to see what must have been the door to Luna's room. Son of a... I knew I forgot something! Luna, get up! We forgot to warn Twilight about the vault of slightly cursed items! Celestia yelled as she banged on the door. There was a loud thud from the other side of the door, followed by Luna opening the door, looking even more dishevelled than her sister did. Don't tell me, she mistook it for your closet, and is currently wearing half a dozen cursed items, asked Luna in a deadpan tone. She's already involved the chicken farmer law. We need to get to Canterlot and free her before she turns the guards' uniforms into Speedos, cried Celestia. Without another word, Celestia galloped out the door. Luna let out a yawn, grabbed the coffee pot Celestia left behind, and proceeded to chug the whole thing. She then tossed it behind her without a glance back and galloped after her sister. I told you that darn thing needed reassigned, she mumbled as she ran past Rarity and Spike. Spike and Rarity could only stand and stare at what they'd just heard. Slightly cursed? Mumbled Spike. Speedos? Mumbled Rarity. Rarity and Spike shared another awkward look. I have so many questions right now, but I'm not sure I want to hear the answers, admitted Spike. Agreed, morbid curiosity aside. I believe we should go after them and assist them with whatever it is they are planning to do, said Rarity. But there is one thing I still really want to know. What about Cadence? Was she affected by the curse too? Asked Spike as they ran out the door. Cadence let out a resigned sigh as she lifted a shoe-wearing hoof out of the bathtub. It was so unfair. She avoided one cursed title just to get stuck with another, and the only difference was that the Crystal Empress was expected to drink coffee instead of tea. Cadence hated coffee.
Luna and the CMC Bar Buddies by Jinzu. I just can't believe we finally got our marks today, Apple Bloom shouted excitedly, punching the air and shaking the wagon she was riding in. I know, right? Sweetie Belle smiled from next to Apple Bloom. I keep expecting to wake up and find out it was all just a dream. It's really about time we got them too. I was thinking we were never going to get them, Scootaloo joked. It was almost time for the sunset. Scootaloo, Sweetie Belle and Apple Bloom had spent the last few hours at their own cute Sonara and were thoroughly partied out. They told their sisters they needed some air and time to take it all in, and their sisters told them to be back at Scootaloo's house by morning, after which Rainbow would bring the other two fillies home. So Scootaloo had hitched the old wagon they used to a scooter, and the three had taken off into the quickly oncoming night. They hadn't decided to go anywhere specifically, electing to just follow Scootaloo wherever she took them. Scootaloo elected to aimlessly wander around Ponyville. "I still can't believe our sisters are just letting us stay out all night too," Applebloom shouted again. "Well, I can kinda see why," hummed Sweetie Belle. "They all know that getting our marks is a life-changing event, and that we probably just want to spend the night together to kinda let it sink in, and plan out our future together. I mean, I've never heard of 3 ponies getting roughly the same mark at the same time before. The last time a bunch of ponies got their marks at the same time, they became the elements of harmony, so we're probably pretty special too." "Right," replied Scootaloo, "and I mean, what trouble are we going to get into? We're still too young to drink, and I haven't crashed my scooter in like a week and a half." Applebloom and Sweetie Belle exchanged worried glances. "I wonder if..." Scootaloo started, but then suddenly hit the brakes and gasped. "Is that Princess Luna?" Applebloom and Sweetie Belle both let out a loud gasp as they saw what Scootaloo saw. The Princess of the Night was indeed there, stumbling out an outhouse next to Ponyville's premier bar and grill. "And is she drunk?" questioned Applebloom. Unfortunately for them, it sounds like Luna heard Applebloom say that. She turned to face them and paused, squinting her eyes so she could attempt to recognize the ponies in front of her. "Cutie Mark Crusaders!" Luna got on 2 legs, shouting in her royal Canterlot voice. "Come hither for 1,000 conquering cheers as we commemorate the turning of age." Yes, she is," Sweetie Belle responded dryly. The Cutie Mark Crusaders figured hanging out with an obviously inebriated adult was probably not the smartest choice, but considering that adult was a princess and had given them a direct order, they cautiously trotted over to Luna. "Your Rainbow Dash hath informed me of this establishment," Luna boomed. "She said it was a great place to hang out and chillax." Scootaloo suppressed a snort. "We wish to commemorate your momentous achievements in dismantling the trials put ahead of you, and thus..." Luna contained as the CMC reached her. "You shall follow thusly as we celebrate the turning of age." Luna landed back on all fours and marched regally into the bar, leaving 3 confused and slightly scared fillies. "Is she asking us to drink with her?" Sweetie Belle finally managed after a few moments. "Because if so, I don't think this is really a good idea." "I agree," Applebloom shuddered. "I once broke into the Apple family cider store and got a little tipsy. I don't think I've ever seen Applejack as angry as she was when I stumbled into her room instead of mine by accident." "But we were invited by an actual princess," Scootaloo reasoned. "It's not like we can just ignore that. And besides, if Luna is actually willing to get us drinks, we can just have a few and head home. Rainbow Dash is watching over me tonight, and I can probably worm my way out of trouble with her, especially considering Luna is here on her recommendation, and we can stop after a few glasses or cups or whatever." The other 2 Crusaders didn't look too convinced, but agreed to follow Scootaloo inside. The bar itself didn't look too interesting. There was a bartender behind his bar on the right, and there were some circular tables with bar stools scattered about, and on the left wall there were a couple of booths, several occupied by stones and mares of different levels of inebriation. In the far corner there was one round booth where they spotted Princess Luna, who waved them over excitedly. The fillies all clambered into the round booth next to Luna. Scootaloo sat immediately to Luna's right, then Applebloom, and finally Sweetie Belle. Luna waved over to the bartender, who froze in place as he spotted 3 fillies. "Another round!" Luna boomed. "Of course, Princess," the waiter responded smartly. He turned to the Crusaders. "And what for the 3 of you?" "Another round for them too, it is their trial day!" Luna shouted with glee. Princess, we aren't allowed to serve alcohol to minors, the bartender nervously stated. You deny them victory on their day of passing their trials and disobey a princess? I could have you gelded for less, Luna yelled, suddenly enraged. Another round, good sir! The bartender swallowed nervously, and upon getting apologetic smiles from the fillies, returned to the bar. Several bargoers decided now would be a great time to leave, to not get affiliated with the oncoming crimes. And bring back more of these fries!
Princess Luna?
Sweetie Belle stated nervously.
He's kind of right, we're too young to drink.
Bull scutter! Shouted Luna in response. What? Utter Tommy rot! Luna bellowed. The Crusaders wondered if she was just making up phrases now. Back in my time when a pony received their mark, they would show their coming of age in a duel. If more than one mark was received on that day, those ponies would all be dropped in the woods and forced to defeat a beak such as a manticore or timber wolf, and then they would drink to celebrate. Luna's voice finally dropped. Only problem is my dearest sister told me it's improper to throw ponies to wild animals, especially children. Something about mortality rates being too high. Both the stories and the princess's random tone shift had the filly's jaws hitting the floor. But we can still drink! Luna shouted again. The bartender came back with a tray of 4 mugs. The bartender came back with a tray with 4 mugs of cider on it, as well as a basket of fries. He passed a mug to each pony, then placed the basket in the middle of the table. He awkwardly shuffled off, looking around nervously. There was a veritable silence. The fillies looked around awkwardly, unsure of what to do. They were interrupted by Luna banging a hoof down on the table, lifting her mug with her magic. To the Cutie Mark Crusaders, she grinned. Sweetie lifted her mug and magic as the other 2 fillies managed with just their hooves. They all clinked their mugs together and with a final nervous look, shared among the 3 of them took a sip. It was warm and had a sort of unfamiliar feeling none of the Crusaders could put to words. They set their mugs on the table and looked at Luna, who had already downed her mug and was searching for the little ketchup cup to go with their fries. There was unfortunately no ketchup cup, truly a high crime amongst pony kind. I feel really neat, Scootaloo yawned. It's like there's a cloud in my brain. Is this what being drunk is like? Scoots, you have to try this, Sweetie Belle exclaimed, pushing a tall glass towards the Pegasus. The glass had a long, thin neck, and at the top split into a wide circle, adorning the top of the glass. Adorning the top of the glass was what looked like salt. The liquid inside was a bright green. Luna says it's called a martini. This one is made from apples. Scootaloo took a sip and immediately scrunched her face after the strong alcoholic taste. That's good, she lied, much preferring the cider. But she was a tough Pegasus. Tough Pegasi could drink hard drinks and not care. She had to not care. Here, Apple Bloom, why don't you try? Apple Bloom was the most relaxed she'd been in her life. She finally understood why her family made so many bits during cider season. Taking the glass from Scootaloo, she downed it in one gulp. Oh my stars, that's incredible, she exclaimed. What did you say this was called? Sweetie Belle gazed up at Luna for confirmation. Luna had long since passed the wild part of being drunk and was content with just sitting there, watching the fillies have fun and spacing out. It is called an apple teeny, little one, she said slowly. They're great, Sweetie Belle squeaked. Can we get some more? And that's why I think that We should reduce the party tax and maybe invest in more long-term ideologies, Sweetie Belle hiccuped. Take laughter, Salter, Fluttershy. She runs an entire sanctuary and an animal shout and barely gets paid enough to survive off of. Truly a paltry-kidness. Pony, I get that parties are important for overall morale, and that party ponies are well subsidised by the government, but the fact that they've levied such a high tax price on us just exacerbates the rest of the issues the town's facing. It took forever for the town to drum up the paper to fix the town hall, plus vis-a-vis all the monster attacks. We really should invest more in a reserve fund for rebuilding the town the next time it gets dismantled, right? Luna nodded thoughtfully at the filly's tangent. Applebloom's mind was currently on another planet. Scooterly just stared at her unicorn friend without comprehension. Sweetie Belle, I know you like big words, but I didn't understand a thing you just said. Scooterly drooled. Sweetie Belle flopped onto the table, laying her forelegs and head down flat against. Pinkie Pie gets paid too much, and it's causing problems for the rest of the town. Oh, okay, Scooterly responded, wiping her mouth and taking another drink from her mug. She'd lost track of how many times it had been refilled. She stopped counting after 3. Applebloom peered blearily around the table and gazed at the 7th empty ketchup cup. How was she supposed to cure her alcohol-induced cravings with the sweet potatoey wonder of French fries without any ketchup? But she wasn't at the end of the table, so she couldn't just get out. Her mind pondered this deep question for Celestia knows how long, before simply sliding down her seat and flopping to the floor under the table. She headed for the side bar, where one got the sweet ketchupy delight, and ended up stumbling straight into it. She shook her head roughly, made another ketchup cup, and walked back to her seat, forgetting how she got out. She walked roughly over Sweetie Belle's body, trying not to step on her. Sweetie Belle squeaked when Applebloom failed. "I got us more catsup, girls," she announced proudly. Scooterly turned her head and looked at Applebloom with glassed-over eyes. "A.B., your ketchup is yellow." And so it was. The world had decided to play a cruel trick on the 3 fillies, and instead of having ketchup in the mustard box, there was mustard. This must obviously be the evil machinations of a being most foul. "I got it," Sweetie Belle sang, attempting to dismount the seat and ending up falling flat on her face. She let out a small oof and lay there a few seconds, trying to remember what happened. When she did, she walked over to the sidebar and magically put some ketchup in a small plastic cup. Walking very slowly, she made it back to the table and tried to set it down next to the fries. Instead, she set it down at the edge of the table between Scootaloo and Applebloom. "You know what really bugs me though?" Scootaloo started. "Birds. Are they even real? They're weird, not Pegasi thingies that can fly with their wings, and they sing better than I do. That's not fair." Scootaloo slammed her hoof down on the table with a sniff. "At least I can dance better." Sweetie Belle stood up, ambled over Applebloom, and tried to wrap her Pegasus friend in a hug, but only managed to grab her left forehoof and fall in her lap, gently poking Scootaloo in the stomach with her horn. "Ow!" Sweetie complained, despite not having felt pain at all. Applebloom, in the meantime, had matched eyes with Princess Luna and challenged her to a hoof wrestle. Her pride as an earth pony and as an apple was on the line. She couldn't bow down in the face of adversity. Applebloom linked hooves with the princess, and upon calling go, had obliterated her. Failing to hear any actual cheers, Applebloom mimicked some. It was a good, well-earned victory. She could take this story home and regale her eventual grandchildren with the tale of the time she beat a princess in a hoof wrestle. Scootaloo wondered how this unicorn had ended up in her lap. With a Herculean effort, she managed to look down. "Sweetie Belle, when did you get here?" she asked hazily. "I've been here since before time immemorial," Sweetie Belle said mysteriously before rolling off on Scootaloo's lap and landing on the floor with a soft oof. Not even a minute later, the bar door opened softly. A yellow Pegasus walked through, swiftly followed by a cyan Pegasus, who immediately stopped and rubbed her eyes to make sure they weren't lying to her. At the end of the bar sat the Princess of the Night, foreleg in foreleg, with Apple Bloom singing Sapphire Shores Serves Her Right, completely off-key. Next to her was Scootaloo, looking especially sad and pathetically waving her front hooves at something on the floor below her. Below her on the floor, Sweetie Belle had wrapped herself around the metal pole holding the table up, and proceeded to look at Fluttershy with a vacant expression. Fluttershy felt her jaw hit the floor. "Fall, Fluttershy?" Sweetie Belle called, recognizing the Pegasus before waving happily at her. "I was just talking about you earlier." The cyan Pegasus looked around and spotted a nervous-looking bartender. She shut her jaw tightly and felt the familiar feeling of anger swelling up as she marched over to him. "Why the hay do I see 3 drunk fillies here?" she asked, gritting her teeth. "Luna threatened to geld me if I didn't feed them all alcohol," he muttered meekly. Fluttershy took a deep breath as she brought her hoof up to her face. Rainbow stared at him with a look halfway between confusion and anger. "Okay," Rainbow Dash started. "I'm going to get my friend Princess Twilight to help these fillies home and send a letter to Princess Celestia. Fluttershy, you stay here and make sure none of these fillies leave either, okay?" Fluttershy simply nodded as Rainbow Dash turned around. The bartender decided to try his luck. "If you don't incriminate me to Celestia and just tell her sister is drunk, I can offer you and your friends free drinks for life." Rainbow Dash stopped, a smile slowly creeping up her face. "Keep talking."
Last Hearths Warming by And What I See Is Me. Twilight hurried through the halls of Canterlot Palace, rushing to answer the mysterious summons she had received from her mentor and teacher, Princess Celestia. The young unicorn couldn't imagine what the princess would need her for on the day before Hearth's Warming, but her curiosity to discover the answer was currently overpowering her frustration at being pulled away from her holiday preparations. Not that there was anything too urgent left to do. She wasn't her brother after all. He was probably still scrambling to finish his shopping. That being said, she still had to triple check the wrapping on her presents, help Spike wrap his gifts, and help her dad chart out the optimal order in which her family should present and receive their gifts in order to ensure the most efficient exchange possible. If any other pony had interrupted her in the middle of all that fun, she'd be a bit annoyed. But she knew there had to be a good reason for Princess Celestia to be calling her, and Twilight was determined to discover what it was as quickly as possible. In fact, Twilight felt like she was making record time as she ran to her teacher. Recently she had felt so tired and worn, probably due to all the hassle of getting ready for Hearth's Warming. But for some reason, all that fatigue felt like a distant memory now. She couldn't remember the last time she felt so awake and full of energy, but she tried not to think too deeply about all that. For now, she was just happy that Princess Celestia wouldn't have to see her looking so exhausted. At first, she reached the door to Celestia's throne room, taking a moment to collect herself before presenting herself to the princess. It was kind of odd. Usually there would be guards posted at the door, but there were none here. Come to think of it, she couldn't remember seeing a single one since she'd entered the palace. She shrugged away the thought, figuring the princess had probably given them all off for Hearth's Warming. She was always so kind and thoughtful to all the ponies who worked for her. Who'd want to be standing guard in the empty halls of Canterlot Palace when they should be at home with their loved ones? That's what Hearth's Warming was for. After all, a day when friends and family everywhere can come together and celebrate the bonds they shared. She smiled to herself as warm memories of past holidays flitted through her mind and pushed open the door.
How beautiful is a mother, how beautiful is her son.
Twilight paused as she took her first few steps into the room, frowning in confusion. She looked around the room, taking in every detail. There was something different about it, but she couldn't quite put her hoof on it. Had the windows changed recently? There seemed to be more stained glass, featuring ponies she had never seen, events and battles she'd never read about before too. But that all seemed oddly familiar somehow. Her eyes were drawn to one window in particular, depicting an unfamiliar, winged unicorn who Twilight could swear she recognized. In fact, the more she looked at it, the more the image seemed to resemble Twilight Sparkle. Celestia's regal voice interrupted Twilight's thoughts. It is so wonderful to see you again. Thank you for coming. Of course, Princess, Twilight replied, bowing with respect to her mentor. But what exactly is it you needed, Your Majesty? Oh, a bit impatient, are we? Celestia asked in a coy manner, raising an eyebrow as she regarded her student. Am I not permitted to call you just because I want to see you, Twilight? Or do you have more important things to be doing than talking to me? Oh, no, of course not, Princess, Twilight stammered, bowing even deeper to the ground. I mean, of course, you can call on me whenever you like. I would never accuse you of wasting my time. Not that seeing you would ever be a waste of time. I mean, but I just meant that, with how busy you are, I wouldn't want to be a bother to you if there was anything I could. Twilight's rambling apology was interrupted by the sound of Celestia's laughter echoing around the room. The princess no longer able to hold it back as she listened to Twilight's panicked response. Oh, Twilight, I had nearly forgotten how fun you are to tease, Celestia said once her laughter had subsided, then noticed the look of confusion and indignation on Twilight's face. She grew more serious as she addressed her student. My apologies, Twilight. You're still confused about what is happening, and it's perhaps a little cruel of me to tease you. It's just so nice to see you standing here again. I forgot myself for a moment. I don't understand, Princess. What do you mean? It hasn't been long since we last met. Unless... Oh no, I didn't miss a class or anything, did I? I swear I didn't mean to if I did. But everything has been so busy lately, and I would never want to disappoint or forget you. But if I... Twilight was cut off by Celestia gently placing a hoof to Twilight's mouth, silencing the unicorn. Relax, Twilight. There is nothing you could ever do to disappoint me, and I've had the fortune to see firsthand that you've never forgotten me, no matter how much time passed. Celestia reassured Twilight, who simply stared back at her teacher with a look of complete bafflement by now. Enough about all that for now, Celestia continued, stroking her hoof affectionately through Twilight's mane as she spoke. Tell me, Twilight, do you know what today is? Of course, Your Majesty, Twilight replied. It's the day before Hearth's warming. Is it? Celestia replied, sounding slightly surprised for a moment before collecting herself. Ah, yes, now I remember. Your family did their gift exchange on the night of Hearth's warming Eve, didn't you? Yes, we do, Princess, Twilight confirmed, feeling ever more lost at the conversation they were having. She was doing her best to focus on the princess and ignore the pictures shining down around her. What was going on? Well, I suppose that makes sense then, Celestia mused. For you see, Twilight, the reason you're here is that I have a gift to give you. You do? Twilight asked excitedly, all feelings of confusion or doubt displayed by the excitement of receiving a gift from the princess herself. I mean, thank you most graciously, Your Majesty, but you don't have to. Oh, but I do, Twilight. It's the least you deserve for all you've done. Now here, Celestia's horn lit up as she spoke, and a small wrapped present floated gently before Twilight. Happy Hearth's warming. Go ahead and open it. Twilight hesitantly dispelled Celestia's aura around the box as she gripped it within her own magic, slowly peeling off the wrapping paper, being careful to not tear or rip any of it as usual. She examined the small box that it had hidden. The box was small, no bigger than Twilight's hoof, but it felt oddly heavy in her magic. She gave one last look up to Celestia, who smiled warmly and nodded the unicorn to continue. Before opening the box's lid, a warm light flooded the room, blinding Twilight for a moment as the world spun around her. Princess Twilight Sparkle stood atop the stairway in her old castle back in Ponyville, the Alicorn looking over the large room of ponies, celebrating and partying with one another. Beside her stood Celestia, no longer towering over a young unicorn, but standing eye to eye as one ruler to another. "Happy hearths warming, your majesty," Celestia whispered to Twilight as she took in the sights before her. Twilight felt her eyes watering as she looked out and saw all her friends and relatives laughing and partying together. She saw her parents chatting with Rarity and some of her old students. She watched Applejack and Shining Armor hoof wrestling as Rainbow Dash and Cadence cheered their partners on. Over there, Starlight and Trixie appeared to be playing tug-of-war using Sunburst's body beneath a sprig of mistletoe. Across the room, Luster Dawn was showing off some new spells to the friends she had made in Ponyville. Fluttershy was directing a flock of birds in wrapping ribbons and lights around a hearth-warming tree, as Moondancer and Minuet used their magic to hang shining ornaments upon the branches. Countless other ponies cavorted around the room, many of them ponies Twilight recognized from her life. It seemed like every pony she had ever known was there, and many more besides. "Princess, I don't understand," Twilight finally managed to utter. "What is all this?" "It's exactly what it looks like, Twilight. It's a hearth-warming party," Celestia explained. "But how can every pony be here? They're all, even you're..." Twilight stuttered, unable to fully voice her thoughts. Her eyes scanned around the room again, trying to take everything in and process what was happening. She suddenly realized two very important creatures in her life were missing from the party. "Wait, where are Spike and Flurry Heart? Shouldn't they be here too?" "They'll be along in time," Celestia remarked, "as will others. Every creature ends up here in time, Twilight. No need to rush them." "I don't understand," Twilight pressed, still unable to fully comprehend what was happening. "Tell me, Twilight, do you remember what you were doing earlier today?" Celestia asked. Memories of her day began to come back to Twilight. It had been the day of hearths warming, and she had been celebrating it along with Princess Flurry Heart, her co-ruler of Equestria and the lands beyond. The two had hosted a large party at the palace, inviting creatures from all around their kingdom to attend and have a chance to mingle with their princesses. Twilight had excused herself early, leaving Flurry to handle the rest of the festivities. She had been growing more and more tired recently, never seeming to have the energy to do all the things she had once handled with ease. Even Alicorns show their age eventually, she had mused more than once to herself over the past few years. Twilight remembered retiring to her chambers and curling up with one of her favourite holiday stories. She remembered reading about Snowfall Forest as her eyes grew heavier. She remembered closing her eyes and... "Oh!" Twilight muttered, letting her head fall as she finally understood. "I see," she whispered sadly, almost too soft for any pony to hear. She looked back up at Celestia, tears welling in her eyes as she smiled sadly at her former teacher and princess. "I suppose this was my last hearth's warming, wasn't it?" Celestia said nothing, her eyes too tearing up as she regarded her former student. "Indeed it was, Twilight Sparkle!" Luna's voice cut through the moment of silence, startling both Alicorns back to reality. "I'm afraid that time has caught up with you, just as it did all of us." "Princess Luna!" Twilight gasped, surprised at her sudden arrival. "Then, is this your doing?" Twilight asked, gesturing the scene before them. "Is this your magic?" "Just Luna is fine, I should think. After all, you bore the title of princess longer than either my princess or me." "In the end," Luna chided her, And no, this is magic far older and more powerful than any of my own or any other ponies, Twilight, for it is the magic of hearts warming itself. The magic of hearts warming? Twilight asked. Hearts warming is a day for friends and family everywhere to get together and share in the joy of the holiday, is it not? Celestia asked. And in the end, Twilight, we do end up coming from everywhere to celebrate together. Celestia smiled as she swept a hoof across the room, guiding Twilight's gaze. As long as creatures across Equestria continue to celebrate the holiday, then we'll be able to rejoin our friends and family here, time and time again. This is the last hearts warming for every creature, and it happens every year. It is the final gift that we all receive, Twilight, Luna added, the gift of friendship everlasting. Twilight was about to say more, but suddenly another familiar voice disrupted her thoughts. Twilight! It called out. Before Twilight was able to react to her name being called, something pink and puffy crashed into her, tackling her to the ground. Twilight found herself lying on her back, the smiling face of Pinkie Pie directly above her as the pink party pony wrapped her in her hooves. It's so good to finally see you again, Twi! Pinkie cried. I mean, it's super sad and all too, because it means you know. But it's also excitastic that you're here and we're all together again, because me and the girls have been waiting so long to see you again, and now we can, and the elements can be together like we used to when we had all those crazy adventures together. Like, do you remember the time when we kicked Nightmare Moon's butt? No offense, Princess Luna. Or when we sent Tarek packing all the way back down to Tartarus, or all the other crazy things we did together. And I bet you have all sorts of fun stories to tell us about what you've been doing all these years since. And I can't wait to hear all about all of it. And, oh! Twilight managed to blink once as Pinkie paused for a breath. I need to put together a welcome to the party for you. Don't worry, Twi. Cheese and I will whip up a welcome party for you that will blow even all those galas we did back in the old days out of the water. Don't go anywhere until we're ready. But then I guess I don't really have to worry about that, do I? Because we're all here forever and together, and there's so much fun to be had and so much to do, and I've got to get ready now. But I'll see you in a little bit, okay? Good seeing you again, Twi. Pinkie tightened her hug around Twilight's body, squeezing her long absent friend as tightly as she could, before zipping off as suddenly as she had appeared. Twilight grinned as she watched her friend run off, wiping the tears from her eyes. Her grin grew into a smile as she remembered all those times she'd watched Pinkie run off to put together a party. All the fun they'd had together with all their friends, all the great memories her and the girls had shared. She started to laugh with joy as Celestia and Luna helped her back to her hooves, overwhelmed with the feeling of regaining something she had thought lost to her forever. We're really all here, aren't we? Twilight asked the two former princesses once she had calmed down, the smile still wide across her face. I really get to see every pony again. I really get to see you again. I mean, I thought I'd never... She trailed off. Nor did we, Luna responded. My sister and I are well aware of the pain and Alicorn's lifespan causes, Twilight. We were relieved as you are now to once again see all those we had thought lost to us in time. And yet, here we are, all of us together at the end of all things, able to enjoy this one last hearts warming together. Celestia continued. Go on, Twilight. There are many ponies here eager to see you again. Not just your family and friends, but countless ponies who have arrived here after us, who have praised your rule and regaled all of us with stories of your friendship and wisdom. Celestia spoke proudly to her former student, wrapping Twilight in a hug of her own. You've done well, my dear, dear Twilight. No pony has earned their rest more than you. Now go, enjoy the party. Twilight hugged Celestia back, nearly as hard as Pinkie had done to her, and then turned to face the assembly of ponies and creatures in her castle. As she looked on, the scenery before her changed again, revealing an endless expanse of all those who had come before her to join in this last heart's warming. She stepped forward, joining with them, in the eternal revelry of the holiday spirit.
But we wandered many a weary feet since days of old lang syne. We trod battled in the burn frae morning sun till day. But seas between us braid roared since days of old lang syne.
And you haven't told any pony else? A regal voice asked the forlorn guard standing before her. They were the only two ponies in the bedroom, both looking down sadly at the body of a third. No, your highness, the guard answered truthfully. I came to check on her as you requested, and then rushed to find you as soon as I saw. Good. I think it is best if we kept this between us until tomorrow, if possible. No sense ruining any pony else's heartswarming with the news, Prince Flurry Heart sadly decreed. As you wish, Princess, the guard stated, though there are a number of things to get ready and prepare for now that... Tomorrow! Flurry Heart shouted, the order coming much harsher than she had intended. She paused, took a deep breath, and wiped the tears from her eyes. My apologies, Captain. I'm sorry. I need some time to process this. Of course, Your Highness, the Captain of the Guard responded in understanding. Is there anything else I can do for you now, Princess? Flurry considered a moment before responding. Send a message to Ambassador Spike. Tell him I need to see him as soon as possible. Tonight, or in the morning at the latest, Flurry ordered. I'd prefer he hear about this directly from me, rather than any pony else. Of course, the guard spoke. I'll contact him immediately. Come, Princess. First, allow me to escort you back to your room for the evening. You should get some rest. I think the next few weeks will be very busy for all of us. The guard exited the door of the bedroom, with Flurry Heart following behind. Before leaving the room, she took one last look at the pony lying in the bed, a small smile gracing the still body of the purple unicorn. Happy hearts-warming Auntie Twilight? Flurry Heart whispered softly before putting out the light and closing the door behind her. Coffee, Donuts and Moon Princesses by The Tea Turtle. Hot chocolate with a marshmallow, please, sighed a baby dragon as he stared out the panel windows from his seat at the counter of a familiar coffee and donut-scented haunt. Off in the distance he could see the marvellous glowing structure of Canterlot Castle with the shapes of countless ponies going in and out of the gates. Some of them are his friends, no doubt, the very friends he had hoped to spend the night with. "Rough night, Spike?" inquired Pony Joe from behind the counter, pouring the delicious smelling steaming hot cocoa into a blue, white sprinkled mug. Spike's own personal mug he had claimed years ago. "Yeah, you could say that," Spike said, sighing again as he held his head up with his hands, staring down into the polished countertop. "Turns out the Grand Galloping Gala isn't as grand as I thought it would be." "Whew, I hear that, buddy," said the stallion sympathetically, sliding the mug over to the baby dragon, along with a pink frosted sprinkled donut on a small plate. "On the house." Spike gave a small smile. "Thanks, Joe." "Any time, little bud." The rich velvety texture and sweetness of the hot chocolate was exactly like he remembered, had it soothed his aching soul just a tad from the first sip alone. The donut was soft, practically melting in his mouth, the frosting and the sprinkles blending together to form a symphony of sugar that tickled the endorphins right out of him. "Gosh, Joe, I don't know how you do it," Spike marvelled, not wasting a second to take another bite of the wonderful dessert. The unicorn chuckled. "Well, I didn't get my special talent making salads, let me tell you that." Joe looked around his shop. Every chair was empty except for the one right in front of him. A quiet night was bad for business, but good for the soul, as his dad liked to say. "So, that gala, huh? Something happened?" "More like something didn't happen," Spike grumbled, poking at the marshmallow island in his sea of chocolate. "Twilight would have come too, but she was too busy to do anything with me, like every pony else." The words stung his chest and made a knot form in the back of his throat. "Oh, don't be like that, Spike. Twilight'll come around. She always does," Pony Joe said with a small smile as memories of a unicorn filly spending late night study sessions right here in his coffee shop came flowing back. Her baby dragon assistant always within reach. "Yeah, well, I'm not so sure." The baby dragon crossed his arms, looking back toward the celebration a couple blocks down the street. "She's spending time with Princess Celestia, just like she's wanted ever since she got her ticket." Pony Joe frowned at the little dragon. This is the first time in quite a while he had seen Spike so upset. The last time was around 5 years ago, whenever Twilight was having a particularly long night at Celestia's school of gifted unicorns. The poor fellow thought that his adopted sister had abandoned him and was crying his eyes out in the very stall he was sitting in, with a donut and Joe's soothing words as his only comfort. The look on the kid's face when his sis came in after midnight was something Joe would never forget, the memory bringing another smile to his face, along with a great idea. The stallion turned to his wall of donuts, sprinkles, and frosting galore, meeting his green eyes from behind a glass display. Every donut that could ever be called a donut was there, baked exactly like his father taught him. From Canterlot cream donuts to Manhattan eclairs, his collection was vast and catered to every taste. But there was one donut so rarely ordered that he sometimes forgot to keep stock of the ingredients. Luckily tonight, he had exactly what he needed and a customer who would be more than willing to wait for it. "Hold right there, Spike. Got something that might interest you." The dragon looked back at the stone with an inquisitive brow, but said nothing as the hum of unicorn magic filled the quiet shop, the noises outside being tuned out as Spike began to watch a master at work. Dough was tossed and rolled, eventually formed into the unmistakable shape of Joe's trademark treat. Spike had watched the stallion make donuts numerous times, but each time was just as memorable as the last. Not even his sour mood could ruin the joy of watching the creation of something so sweet. Around 5 minutes of waiting and it was complete. Spike could hardly believe his eyes. "Whoa!" was all the baby dragon could say, as Joe levitated a ruby-encrusted red frosted donut before him. "Been hiding these puppies away for a while," Joe said, closing the jewel drawer with a hoop. "I don't get a lot of dragon customers, if you can imagine, but I still keep these babies on hoop in case my favourite dragon comes stomping around," he said with a wink. "That looks so delicious," Spike said, drooling onto the counter as he leaned close to the delectable treat, his reptilian tongue lolling out of his mouth at the tantalizing scent coming from the gem-sprinkled donut. "All yours, little buddy." The second Joe released his magical hold on the treat. Spike immediately took it in his claws and munched on it with gusto, seemingly forgetting his previous bad mood, if only for a moment. A delicious, mouth-watering moment. Halfway into his third consecutive bite of the donut, the doorbell chimed as some pony entered the shop. "Hey, welcome to Donut Joe." Spike stopped his bite at the choking sound Pony Joe made in the middle of his greeting, causing him to turn around. He too choked on his words, and nearly choked on ruby shrapnel when his eyes beheld a sight that caused his little heart to stop. Rather than seeing Twilight and friends coming in for an apology, something he had been hoping for, he instead beheld the visage of a mare of royal renown, the very princess of the moon herself, Princess Luna. Or, as he had known her as before, Nightmare Moon. The mare who threatened to shroud the land in eternal night before being stopped by Twilight and friends. But she looked considerably different than before. The first thing he noticed about her was her new tail and hair. Rather than the short, light blue mane she had donned post-defeat, her mane had changed into a style much like Celestia's. It was as if the night sky had been contained in an ever-flowing, transparent wave of darkness that speckled with stars. As well, her coat had darkened considerably from the pale blue it had once been. The second thing that stood out was her expression. It was one of sheer determination and purpose as her light blue eyes met with Spike's. His heart nearly stopped. Was she back for revenge? Why would she come after him? He scooted back as far as he could, which was unfortunately just into the countertop behind him. The dragon failed to get a single word out before the princess herself spoke up. Her voice was booming like a hurricane, and it felt as if the foundations of the humble donut shop was in danger of collapsing from the sheer power behind it. "Greetings, subjects! We are here for a comforting beverage and pleasant company!" The Princess of the Night shouted, her silver-slippered hooves stomping onto the tile floor as she approached the counter with extreme prejudice. "We believe that this is a reasonable request to fulfill, is it not?" Pony Joe's pale amber coat was even paler as the princess approached, his legs wobbling from the fear and strength of her shouts. Before panic could completely take hold, however, he remembered his station and his duty to his customers, making him stand a little straighter as he released a small breath. Even if this customer was once a power-mad mare bent on destroying Equestria. A quick glance to the silently panicking, petrified purple baby dragon did not help his confidence. Greetings, Princess Luna. What can I get you?" He got out as he bowed, his tongue threatening to strangle him at any second. Princess Luna looked over the numerous donuts on display, her brow raised as if she was studying an alien pony's tentacle-laden face, her 1,000-year gap in knowledge catching up to her. "What are these confectionaries? We do not recognize them!" These are, Joe fought desperately to continue that sentence, but found that he had suddenly lost all memory of his childhood, his special talent, and anything else related to his literal life's work. Then someone cleared their throat. "They're called donuts." The both ponies looked down at the now suddenly calm baby dragon. "And they're super delicious. See? Watch." As if to demonstrate this, Spike wrapped his forked tongue around the remainder of his ruby donut and pulled it into his mouth, crunching happily as he looked up at the intrigued mare. Joe stumbled, confused at Spike's regained composure, but quickly found his own footing. "Yeah, we got chocolate donuts, maple donuts, any kind of flavour your heart desires, Princess." Luna looked at the rainbow of frosted pastries in the glass display before her and narrowed her eyes. "These do indeed look delectable. Pray tell, what is that one there?" Thankful for the lowering of the volume, Joe followed her hoof. "Oh, that's a bear claw, Princess." "You made a pastry out of a bear's claw? Curious." She rubbed her chin. "Though I can't see how that could be delectable at all." Spike giggled, covering his mouth. Nah, that's just the shape of it. It's really tasty, trust me. Joe here makes the best donuts in all of Equestria. Ah, shucks, Joe chuckled, blushing slightly. I don't know about the best, but... Luna looked between the two, looking unsure. We believe we will take a cup of coffee for now. The night is still young after all. Coming right up, Joe said, his anxiety not completely gone but tamed. One question danced rapidly around in his mind, and he was about to ask it, but Spike beat him to the punch. So, Princess, what brings you to a donut shop during the Grand Galloping Gala? Shouldn't you be at the castle? Luna gazed out the nearby window toward the distant festivities, observing the coming and going ponies for a moment before speaking. We never were one for social gatherings. Our dear sister was always better at handling those. She looked over the shop with a small smile. This shop looked much quieter. She then looked down at Spike, tilting her head. You are Spike, we believe. Sister mentioned you when talking about Twilight Sparkle. The dragon lowered his eyes back to his half-finished drink, swishing it around. The marshmallow island rolled and rocked from the impact of the choco waves that crashed against its shores, much like his emotions were belting at his young mind as he tried to collect his thoughts. Yeah, I'm her number one assistant, he declared without the usual pride backing that up. It came out as if he were ashamed of it, or ashamed of something else. Yep, he's been stuck to his side for as long as I can remember, Pony Joe stated as he served the Moon Princess her coffee, a smile on his face as he looked at the dejected dragon. Like brother and sister. Luna nodded before taking a sip of her aromatic coffee, the bitterness of the dark brew stinging in her throat as her thoughts turned to her own sister. She casted a curious look at the small dragon. We noticed a look of terror in your eyes when we arrived, yet you recovered quite quickly. Oh, that? Spike chuckled, thankful for the subject change. I was really scared, not gonna lie, but when you came up to Joe and screamed about wanting donuts, it kinda let me know you weren't here to snatch up my soul and send it to the moon. Joe chuckled along with the little dragon, but stopped himself when he saw that the princess herself was not partaking in the joke, choosing instead to look back outside. He cleared his throat. So, speaking of yelling, why did you yell at me, princess? Perking up, Luna turned her face to the two and took a deep breath. They both braced themselves. We were merely using the royal Cadillac voice to show our respect. Does this not show our respect anymore? The duo said in unison, looking at each other, unsure of who was going to draw the first blood on her pride. The princess sighed. We thought not. She turned her gaze to her cup of coffee, getting lost in that pitch-black portal of bitterness. So much has changed since I was last here. The city, the ponies, my sister. It's been hard to adjust. Spike rubbed the back of his neck, caressing his spines idly, feeling like an outsider in a place that feels like it should be home, being the odd one out no matter where you go. A story all too familiar to him, yet in different context and much bigger in scale. Once more, he looked towards the castle in the distance. Somewhere in that stone structure, that palace of white and gold, his friends were having their best night ever. One by one, they were achieving what they had dreamed of doing months ago. Applejack was making a killing selling her products. Rarity was with the prince of her dreams. Pinkie Pie was being Pinkie Pie. Rainbow Dash was meeting her heroes. Fluttershy was bonding with the many wonderful creatures that populated the castle gardens. And Twilight was spending some quality time with the teacher she loved so much. Meanwhile, all he had wanted, all he had dreamed of since getting his ticket, was spending time with his 6 best friends. Much simpler in comparison to their goals, but somehow much harder to accomplish. His brow furrowed, his green eyes turning back to Donut Joe. Hey, Pony Joe, another donut. Alright, Spike, what'll you have? Joe asked, surprised at the sudden demand. Spike responded by chugging the rest of his hot chocolate. The burn nothing in comparison to the fire that usually left his gullet. Strawberry frosting, extra sprinkles. He punctuated this demand with a snap. Coming right up. Spike turned to the navel-gazing Princess Luna, who seemed to be treating her mug of coffee like a window, gazing at the past mistakes she had made within the caffeinated darkness. Hey, Luna, do you like strawberries? We have had them before, yes, she responded, not looking up. Spike snagged the donut of Pony Joe's magical grasp as soon as it appeared. He gently split the donut in half, the interior flaking tenderly, but holding together nicely. Then try this donut, it's one of my favourites, he offered with a smile. Luna looked over to him, eyebrow raised as she studied the sprinkle-covered treat. Hesitantly, she took hold of the dessert with her Alicorn magic, much like how a curious foal picked a flower they had never seen before. A second after she bit into the donut, her eyes widened. An explosion of sugar overtook her royal taste buds, immediately assaulting her palate with precision deliciousness. The crunch of the sprinkles meshed perfectly with the softness of the dough, the delicate exterior melting in her mouth with barely any chewing needed. The frosting strawberry flavour was not as overpowering as she expected, yet it still brought a wonderful tang that accompanied its sweetness, enriching the whole experience. Pony Joe, meanwhile, was on the edge of his metaphorical seat. The Princess of the Moon, Luna, was tasting one of his prized creations right in his shop. While he had always daydreamed of Celestia being the one to taste his donuts and bring him worldwide fame from their magnificent flavour, he was just as giddy seeing Luna's starstruck expression as she chewed fervently. So? Spike prodded, smiling wildly. The Moon Princess simply looked at him, her eyes writing a novel's worth of praise where her mouth failed to express. Joe silently high-hoofed himself, reining in his joy with a toothy smile. It's delightful! Luna shouted before immediately devouring the rest of the treat, her smile never leaving as she chewed and swallowed. Suddenly her hoof slammed into the counter, making Pony Joe jump. Another! You got it! Whew, I'm stuffed. Spike patted his full stomach with a satisfied smile as he stepped out into the lamplit streets of Canterlot. Oh, indeed, chimed in a much happier sounding Princess Luna. Those were the best sweets we have ever had. Pony Joe smiled as he shut the door behind him, locking it afterward. You keep saying it and I might start believing it, Princess. Oh, but you should. They were absolutely magnificent. The Moon Princess smiled wider. Sprinkles fell from her icing-covered muzzle, making Joe stifle a laugh. Spike wasn't as restrained, however, as he let out a loud guffaw. Luna, you're alright. We should totally hang out some more. The Moon Princess blinked as her chest tightened. It's as if the dragon had casually lobbed a brick at her face. Huh, hang out? Sure. I mean, I can't be in Canterlot all the time, but I can always bug Twilight to let me come visit every couple of weeks. You know, if you can get away from your royal princess stuff. And I can always stay open as late as I did tonight if you need a place to retreat to, Princess. Joe added on, whether it be for a donut, a cup of coffee, or conversation, Joe'll always have your back. Lena turned away. A flood of many different thoughts and feelings threatened to pull her under the suffocating waves of anxiety. She licked her muzzle absent-mindedly, and her mind froze. Strawberry frosting graced her tongue once more, and she felt a smile slowly growing on her face, tears building up in her eyes. We would like that very much. Without another word, Luna took to the sky, her body glazed in the radiance of the stars as she went.
Chocolate chips and memories, coffee and homemade cookies, they make me feel at home. Father, brother, mother dear, you're so far but feel right here no matter how far I go. There's love inside.
Woohoo! best party ever! We know, Pinky. We were there. Yeesh. Rainbow Dash sneered but could hardly contain her own post-gala excitement. The whole carriage was quickly abuzz with excitement of a night well spent. A night that was truly the best night ever. Spike laid back and looked up at the stars as the carriage moved down the mountain. He gripped the reins of the stones half-heartedly as he listened to the conversations inside. I tell ya, I ain't never seen bits rolling faster. Granny and Big Mac's gonna be pleased as punch when I come back with all of this. Applejack patted the pony-sized bag of bits next to her. And how about that fancy pants fella offering to sell my apples and cantaloupe for me? Still can't believe it. Oh, he was quite charming indeed, Applejack, but nothing compared to the illustrious and amazing Prince Blueblood. Rarity sighed dreamily. Oh, did he offer to marry you tonight, Rarity? Fluttershy prodded with a curious tilt of the head. Well, no, but we're off to a great start. He desperately wants to see me again. I could tell from his goodbyes. Spike grimaced, but didn't say anything, tuning out the rest of the conversation. Spike, are you okay? He jumped slightly at the acknowledgement, turning to Twilight looking at him from the window that rested just behind him. Oh, yeah. Glad you all had a great time. But did you have a great time, Spike? I didn't see you there at all after we split up at the main gate. Twilight rubbed the base of the carriage window with a sad look. I'm sorry, I didn't try to find you. I was just so... Nah, it's fine, Twilight, really. He smiled back at her. I was a teensy tiny bit upset at first, but I went to Donut Joe's and, well... The purple dragon looked to the moon in the sky, seeing it shining just a bit brighter than it had been earlier in the evening. He took in the crisp and cool night air and sighed, his expression content. My night was also pretty great.
But love inside. Oh, but love inside. There's love inside.
Thank you, Twilight. By Galaxy Night. Hearth-warming Eve has come once again. The streets of Canterlot were decorated with lights and wreaths. A glorious pine tree graced the middle of the town square. Ponies bustled about, talking and laughing. Foals played snowball fights and built snow fortresses and ponies. Occasional couples smothered one another with amazing gifts and kisses. There were several groups of singers chanting carols for both businesses and the overall bright theme of the holiday. Celestia wished so much that she could take off all her regalia, put on a silly reindeer get-up, run outside and play with the foals. She would make funny noises and make the foals laugh. She would sing her heart out alongside the carol singers. She would throw snowballs at her royal guards and encourage them to join in the fight. But she can't. She might mess up something in the streets. Ponies would get too awkward to even speak around her, just because they think they're not equal to her, simply because she is a princess and they're not a princess. So Celestia only watched a pair of lovers from her window. The girl tossed a snowball at her colt friend. He raised his eyebrow at her and came back at her by pouncing on her and smothering her in the snow. Then they lay there and laughed their heads off. Following that, the girl rolled on top and kissed her lover. Celestia felt a smile come on her face. She loved seeing lovers. They were just so cute. But even romantic lovers weren't Celestia's favourite thing to watch. No, there was only one thing that could forever hold a very treasured spot in Celestia's heart. Foals, fillies and colts, children. Celestia didn't care what age. She loved watching the little foals playing and laughing and being wonderfully silly. Celestia wondered if she could just disguise herself as a young foal. No pony will notice, right? Celestia turned away from the window and stared at an image on her nightstand. Inside the frame, Teal-ish blue eyes stared back. The mare's fur was blue. Her mane was also blue. She was an Alicorn, a pony with both a horn and wings. She was nearly as tall as Celestia. She was Celestia's sister, Luna. Celestia's vision blurred with welling, salty liquid. She felt her throat twist. "I miss you, sister," Celestia whispered, her voice strained. "Please, come back to me soon. I wish sending you away was never an option. I wish I had been a better sister to you." Things would be so much better if Luna was here. Then there would be one pony who was directly Celestia's equal. Going beyond that, Celestia would have at least one biological family member with her. Celestia lay on her mat and brought the picture of Luna close to her heart. A single teardrop dripped from the length of her cheek. Twilight was walking to the castle. She had a gift for her mentor. Twilight spent long enough with Celestia to figure out that the princess's happiness was mostly a mask that she wielded to hide her true emotions, though there were a few times when Celestia told Twilight little tidbits about her past. Otherwise, it was all a mystery. But still, Twilight knew on the inside Celestia felt lonely, and it made sense. She was the monarch of Equestria, with no actual family members. Twilight wanted to make it better by giving the princess a gift. A little while passed until she made her way inside the castle. The filly had been inside the castle before. It was a large, beautiful and cavernous place. So, despite having gone to Canterlot Castle before, Twilight still felt small, frail, and even kind of confused when inside this grandiose place. That's why Twilight had a few landmarks. She looked around and located the landmarks. When she did, it reminded her where she was and where to go next. Twilight turned a few halls and finally spotted the princess's room. She took a deep breath before going up and then raising a shaky hoof to knock. She stepped back and waited a few moments. The halls of the castle were lit with torches since it was evening. The darkness around felt sort of spooky. Twilight looked around as though some ghost pony might come out of nowhere. That didn't happen, and the princess finally opened the door. Celestia blinked before smiling. "My faithful student, Twilight Sparkle, whatever brings you here? Shouldn't you be celebrating Heartwarming Eve with your family?" "I did," Twilight responded. "I was doing that the whole day. But then I thought even my mentor deserves a present and some fun time." She finished with a smile. She put emphasis on her words by arching her back and revealing a present box. Celestia was speechless for a moment. She simply stared at Twilight and the present. Her cerise eyes moved back and forth. Her lip quivered like she wanted to say something but had no clue what. After some seconds, Twilight slowly moved forward and nudged Celestia's hoof. "Princess, are you alright?" Celestia didn't know what to say. A present? A present for her? She had not received a gift for so long. Cadence was around and provided companionship, but no real present. And then there is Twilight. Celestia could see with flawless clarity the fancy box balanced on her back. The wrapping paper had suns on it. The ribbon tied over it was spring green. Twilight tentatively moved closer and gently moved Celestia's hoof. "Princess," she called, "are you alright?" She stared up at Celestia with concern in her eyes. Celestia snapped out of her shock and shook her head. She glanced down at Twilight and smiled. "Come in, my dear. Let's settle down with some cocoa and then I'll see your gift." She let the filly come in. Celestia told her to wait on her mat while she went to get cups of cocoa for them. She gave Twilight a fairy tale book to occupy her time as she waited. Celestia made 2 cups of hot cocoa with cream and marshmallows. Once done, the white Alicorn returned to her room. Twilight smiled and put her book down. That smells so good." Celestia chuckled. She set the mugs down, one for her and one for Twilight. "Now," Celestia began, "may I please see the present you brought?" Twilight giggled. "Duh! You're supposed to see it." She lifted the box and placed it before her teacher. "Here you go, Princess! Happy hearts-warming Eve!" Celestia was dazed again. She spent another 5 seconds staring at the present. This time, however, she managed to snap out of her trance by herself. Her golden aura came to life and slowly, she started to undo the ribbon. Celestia actually didn't want to do anything to ruin the beautiful exterior of the box, but in order to see inside she had to, though she did untie it slowly. Even after she sees the real gift inside, she was still going to keep the box, the wrapping paper and the ribbon. Eventually she removed the wrapping paper from the top, and then, with a bracing breath, she removed the lid. As soon as her eyes peeked inside, her magic flicked out on its own. The lid clattered to the floor. The present was cookies! White cookies with icing of a variety of colours, and going beyond that, on top of that icing were words. Every cookie had its own individual phrase. "You're the best princess ever. Keep being you 'cause you're original. The best mentor of all time. Love you as a teacher to the moon and back. Never give up." Celestia had tears in her eyes, but she was smiling. The fire in the fireplace reflected against the glistening liquid that dripped ever so softly down her cheeks. For 5 minutes straight, she sat there quietly and ran her eyes over the cookies, over the small but infinitely motivating and heart-warming sentences. She sniffled while bringing up a hoop and wiping her eyes. The filly watching lowered her ears and shifted closer to Celestia. She leaned over and nuzzled Celestia's hoop. "Princess, why are you sad? Do you not like it? I could always go home and switch it out for something else you really like." Celestia shook her head and sniffled again. "No, Twilight, it's not that." She heaved a deep breath. "It's just, I've never gotten a present like that. But I love it, Twilight. I love it so much. That's why I'm sad. I love it that much." Twilight traced her hoof on the ground. "Wow, then that's a very heavy emotion then. I'm sorry I made you sad." Celestia picked up the filly and squeezed her against her chest. A deep feeling of motherly love bloomed in Celestia's heart. "What nonsense are you talking about, Twilight? Why are you apologizing? This present is perfect. And I told you I'm sad because I love it to the moon, beyond and back. You shouldn't feel bad for making me love something. Think about it this way. I'm both super happy and kind of sad." Twilight smiled and hugged Celestia back. "Okay, Princess." Celestia put her down. "I want to give one of these a try." Twilight clapped her little hooves together. "Yeah, do it." Celestia tenderly lifted a cookie and took a small bite. She chewed around before saying, These are really, really good, Twilight. Did you make them?" Twilight shook her head. "No, Mum made them, but I helped put on the icing. It was also my idea to write the words on top. I'm glad you loved them so much." She gave Celestia a sweet smile. Celestia craned her head down and nuzzled her forehead against Twilight's forehead. "Thank you, Twilight," Celestia said. Tears streaked down her face again. "Thank you so much." Twilight bumped their noses. "You're welcome, Princess." Celestia glanced out to the eventide. We still have a few daylight hours. Do you want to go for a flight outside? Maybe we could build a snow fortress. Twilight stood up and nodded. Okay. Celestia was rolling around in the snow. Twilight certainly hadn't expected this response, but she was glad to see her mentor so happy. Celestia took off her regalia before coming outside. Now she wore, unexpectedly, a ridiculous reindeer outfit. The Sun Princess bounced all over and laughed like crazy. For now, they were building a snow fortress. Twilight made the castle while Celestia surrounded them with snowballs for protection. When they finished, they demolished it. After that, Celestia swept Twilight up onto her back and rocketed into the starry sky. Woo-hoo! Celestia yelled. She did 10 loop-de-loops. She blasted heart-warming Eve carols into the night with her voice. The chanters below sang with the princess. Heart-warming Eve is here once again! Celestia cried. Twilight held on tight to her back and sang with her. After about 2 hours, Celestia landed in front of the decorated pine tree. Her long legs sank into the deep snow around the base. Celestia smiled from ear to ear. Her eyes had tears in them as she stared at the tree, and then turned her face up to the moon. Once again, Twilight, thank you so much. Twilight grinned and hugged her. Any time for both the best teacher ever and a friend. And there they remained, talking, laughing, and gazing at the starry dark sky and the mare on the moon. Not that, Twilight! By Galaxy Knight. Alright, my faithful student, do you have an overall understanding of the teleportation spell? Celestia asked, looking down at the filly, who was listening to her mentor's every word. Twilight reread the spell in the book and glanced up at the ceiling with her initial thinking face. And then she met Celestia's face with a smile as bright, if not even brighter than the sun itself. I think I got it. Celestia smiled. That's great. Now, show me what you've got. Twilight stood up and put a look of intense concentration on her face. Her aura came to life and gradually became brighter every second that passed. Eventually, it lit up the walls of the empty room they were in, and then there was a blinding flash that enveloped the room. However, as a result, much to the filly's disappointment, nothing happened. The light faded and she was still standing in that very same spot. She proceeded to put an extremely grumpy but delightfully adorable pout on her face. Celestia had to stifle her chuckle. What did I do wrong? Twilight asked. Celestia tapped her chin thoughtfully while scrutinizing the spell in the book. Worry not, my dear. You just skipped an important step. She placed the book down and explained. You can't just teleport to nowhere. You are required to picture the location you desire to go to. Since you're a beginner, I advise you should begin with a small distance. Twilight watched her with curiosity. Why can't I go a long distance? Long distances require more power and focus, Celestia answered. Twilight sighed. Okay, I'll try again. Celestia swiveled her head and tried to find a reasonable distance for the filly to try teleporting across. As her surprised eyes tracked the room, she spotted the perfect spot by the window. not try teleporting to that window? Twilight followed Celestia's gaze and spotted the window. Oh, okay, princess. Her horn flares up again and her nose scrunches up as her eyebrows furrow. Like before, a lightning bright light fills the room and Celestia heard the familiar sound of teleporting. When the light faded, Twilight was gone from her spot. Celestia's face lit up. She brought her hooves up and clapped. Well done, Twilight, you did it! A minute later, but where did you go? I'm over here, she shouted. Celestia whirled around to the window she pointed to earlier. She found the foal dangling outside. Help! She cried. Celestia lit her golden aura and lifted Twilight up and placed her gently on the ground just beside her hooves. My goodness, Twilight, you did it! You teleported. I'm so proud of you. Twilight jumped up and down on her spot. Yes, yes, yes! But as she cheered, her horn flashed with uncontrolled magic. She was leaning against Celestia's hoop. She ended up teleporting herself and Celestia to another place. Celestia's eyes widened as the magic took hold of them. She squeezed her eyes shut and braced for the impact. A loud explosion drilled into the princess's ears, and then silence. Celestia opened her eyes only to realize she was in the air. She exchanged a wide-eyed look with her student just before both ponies splashed into the water below. Celestia was underwater. It was a great sensation, one she hadn't felt in a long, long time. She felt lighter than usual, and her mane was waving all over, but it brought a soft, spring-like glow to the dark depths of the lake. She relaxed for a minute and melted from the euphoric bliss. That is, until she remembered how she came to this place. Celestia jerked back to reality and looked around frantically for her student. She spotted Twilight somewhere in the distance and flapping around for the surface. Celestia swam over to the filly, moving ever so smoothly. She took Twilight in her hooves and took them to the surface. 5 seconds later, and the ponies broke through the top and gasped for oxygen. Twilight held on tight to the princess, but her expression was plenty anxious. I'm so sorry, she cried. I'm super sorry, Princess Celestia. I didn't mean to. I just lost control of my magic. I swear, I didn't. It's okay, Twilight, Celestia assured. I'm not angry. I can't just expect you to be perfect at this when you only began. You will get better with time. Twilight rubbed one leg over the other. But I got your beautiful mane all wet. Celestia giggled. That's okay. It's just water. It will dry off. And besides, she leaned and brought her voice down to a whisper. That was fun. Celestia finished with a wink. Twilight laughed. Yeah, it was. Celestia swam over to the shore and pulled herself out of the water. Twilight was on her back. Celestia used a quick spell to dry herself in Twilight. She then looked around and tried to identify where they were. I believe you teleported us to the grassy area just beyond Canterlot's mountain. I'm slightly surprised you were even capable of teleporting us both so far. Then again, you are my curious and brilliant young student. Twilight smiled. Thank you, Princess. Celestia closed her eyes and teleported them back to the room they were practicing magic in. She let Twilight climb off of her. So far, I could see you have a strong understanding of the teleportation spell. All you need to work on is maintaining more control. Twilight nodded. Okay. Celestia smiled. There is one more spell we will study today. Twilight smiled from ear to ear. Her tail wagged back and forth from her sheer excitement. And that wonderful, amazing, I'm so ready for spell is... Celestia chuckled and answered the filly. The Transfiguration spell. Twilight sat on her haunches and set her ears forward, showing she was ready to take in every detail her mentor will provide her. She levitated her notebook over to her. Celestia went on with explaining. Now, listen carefully, Twilight. Lots of students tend to confuse this spell with the teleportation spell, as they are very similar to each other. However, the teleportation spell is meant to teleport a live object, whether it is a plant, thing, creature, or pony, from one place to another. The transfiguration spell, on the other hand, is simply meant to turn one object into another object. Celestia looked around the room to give her pupil an example. You see that vase over there? Twilight stopped, scribbling in her notebook, and trailed Celestia's gaze. If I were to cast a transfiguration spell on it, I would basically turn the vase into a flower. Once the spell clears, you will no longer see the vase there, but in its place you will see the flower. Do you understand? Twilight eyed her notes and then beamed at Celestia. I got it! Celestia passed her the Star-Swirled of Bearded's Book of Spells Volume 1. Twilight paused for a minute and read the section under the heading Transfiguration. She placed the book down and looked around the room. Her eyes landed on the vase Celestia pointed out. Her face became her concentration face once more. And remember, my dear, the idea of the transfiguration spell is somewhat similar to the teleportation spell. You will be required to picture the other object in your head. Twilight angled her horn, and the bright light blazed on. It lasted for a few seconds. Celestia waited for the pop sound of transfiguration, only to hear silence. The light faded, and the vase was still there. Ah! Twilight scoffed. She stomped her hoof angrily and lit her horn again. She put in all her might, and a second later Celestia heard the pop. The magic cleared. The vase was gone, and in its place was a 5-layered chocolate cake. Celestia's eyes widened. That was the cake the bakers were working on for the upcoming Summer Sun celebration. But that wasn't the main reason Celestia was stunned. The main reason was... it was a cake! Celestia was obsessed with cake. Twilight looked up. Ooh! She cooed. She spun and faced Celestia. Did I do it right? Her eyes were shining. Celestia gave her a sheepish smile. Well, yes, Twilight, you did do it right. How else would this? She flicked her eyes to the cake and felt her mouth water. Absolutely delicious cake get here. Twilight giggled. Oh yeah! The baker wandered to the opposite shelf. His eyes went as wide as the moon when he found that the cake wasn't there. Wait, where is the cake? Bakers! There is an awful emergency! Twilight moved toward the cake. She leaned over it and sniffed it. This smells so good. She looked all around before biting out a large chunk with her mouth. It tastes even better. Celestia froze when she heard the sound of ponies running in the hall. She had told one of them where she was going to be for the afternoon. She had to hide the cake and Twilight. If the bakers see her chocolate-covered cheeks, they will suspect that the filly stole the cake. The Sun Princess swiftly grabbed the cake in her magic and stuffed it behind a nearby bookshelf. Then she picked Twilight up and covered her from view with her large, swan-like wings. The door to the study room burst open. 5 panicked bakers skidded to the floor just before the monarch. They paused just to give a quick bow. Then the baker in the centre, a green stallion, spilled out his horrifying tale. Princess, the cake we made for the Summer Sun celebration is gone! I was working on the opposite shelf, and then I turned around and it wasn't there. I'm so sorry for my lack of responsibility. Will you ever forgive me? He threw himself down into a deep bow. Celestia blinked in surprise, but then her eyes softened. Hey, it's entirely alright. And why would you apologize? I know you are very responsible. She thought for a minute. I forgot to tell you this, but Candlelight is actually visited by ghost ponies every time the Summer Sun celebration comes. It's a rare occasion, but they come and they apparently really like cake. They must have taken it. But that's alright, and don't be afraid of the ghost ponies. They're really friendly. The bakers exchanged a look of relief. The green stallion turned to the princess. That's good then. Celestia smiled. Worry not, we have plenty of other desserts for the summer sun celebration, and if that doesn't assure you, I promise I will come after and assist you with baking a new cake. The green stallion looked dumbfounded. Really? I mean, you don't have to, princess. Celestia shook her head. No, I want to help you. No doubt together we can bake a cake twice as fast. Perhaps that cake can be even bigger than the last. The green stallion smiled. In that case, thank you very much for your mercy, your highness, and your kind and generous offer. He and the other bakers bowed. Celestia chuckled and winked at them. No problem. After they were gone, Celestia looked down at Twilight. Phew, that was a close one. She released a filly. Wait, princess, are there actually ghost ponies? Celestia glanced up in thought. Maybe, who knows? They both exchanged a laugh, and Celestia took out the cake from the bookshelf. This cake is ours now, but don't tell any pony, got it? She whispered. Twilight nodded. Yes, ma'am. Celestia cut them both equal slices and they gobbled them up happily. Celestia loved relishing the taste of this wonderful treat. Once they were done, Twilight's cheeks were covered in chocolate cream and crumbs. Celestia scolded her. Twilight, you need to remember to eat carefully next time, okay? You got your face all dirty. Twilight lifted a hoop to her face and wiped the edges of the cream. She brought the hoop to her eyes. Oh, oops, sorry, and okay, I'll remember. Celestia used a handkerchief to wipe the filly's face. Now, are you ready to practice the 2 spells once more? Twilight bobbled her head with a look of fierce determination. Celestia had the impression that if Twilight were to be the hero of Equestria, she would have the gut to face off any evil of any sort, and if she were to fight them, she wouldn't give up until the very end. Celestia teleported a bunch of random items on the table, set just a meter from the bookshelf. Let's begin practicing the transfiguration spell. I want you to turn these objects into something else. Twilight faced the table and readied her horn. It sparked to life, and with great concentration, she fired a laser at the teacup. A moment later, the teacup became a butterfly. Woohoo! Twilight cheered while she jumped up and down with excitement on her spot. Her horn flashed with out-of-control magic again. Oh, no! Twilight yelped, but her horn didn't listen and blasted to a book. The resulting flash was brighter than the last. When it cleared, there was Celestia's crown in its place. Celestia's eyes went straight up to her head, only to find it missing. Twilight looked terrified. I'm so sorry. Celestia laughed. She levitated a golden crown back to her head. It's alright, but here, let me show you how to control your magic. You need to relax and concentrate, angle your horn, and pay attention to the aura. Twilight did as she was told. She bent her head and her eyes crossed up as she tried to look straight at her filly-sized horn. Twilight's horn glowed again and she was still looking at the magic. This time the aura surrounded Celestia. Celestia called out to her. No, Twilight, not that! Twilight's eyes were wide, yet her magic stubbornly carried on. Celestia squeezed her eyes shut, and a heartbeat later, a magical explosion rang in her ears. The next thing she knew, she was hovering above a bunch of chickens. Celestia's blood ran cold. She feared chickens. She didn't know why, but she just did. So Celestia lit her horn and teleported herself away seconds before that horrifying impact. If she landed, all those chickens would come on her and look at her and squawk at her. Brrr. She reappeared in the study room. Twilight's magic was still spinning crazy. Her eyes had gone white and she was transfiguring things out of random. Celestia gasped when a pony doll became a chicken. The chicken waddled forward and stared into Celestia's soul. Celestia shrieked and threw herself in the air. She needed to stop this, so her aura blazed. A golden sphere filled up the room, and everything turned back to the way it was before. She landed and Twilight thudded to the floor. Celestia sighed. Goodness, that was something. Twilight looked up with tears in her eyes. I'm so sorry. Celestia smiled and extended her wing. She pulled the filly close. There, don't be sad. You won't believe how fun that experience was. With all the boring meetings and delegating stuff I do, this was like a breath of fresh air for me. Really, I should be the one thanking you. Twilight blinked in surprise. You actually liked that? Mm-hmm, Celestia responded. Twilight grinned and stood up again. In that case, can I try practicing the teleportation spell, please? She gave her mentor her puppy-eyed face. Celestia found it impossible to say no to that face, so she relented to the filly's wishes. That could also be an excuse to have some more fun. Alright, Twilight, yes you can. Twilight grinned a toothy smile. Then she inflated her cheeks and scrunched down her eyebrows. Her aura burst forward and encased both her and Celestia in a fuchsia hue. Celestia's eyes widened for the 10th time that day. No, not that, Twilight! She shouted. Her warning came late as they vanished from their spot. They rematerialized over a hill running right down to a lake. Ah! They yelled in unison. They went rolling down the hill. Twilight teleported them again. Approximately 2 seconds later, Celestia and Twilight were keeping their balance on a tree branch. They were being blown in a powerful hurricane. Celestia spat some of her hair strands out of her mouth. Twilight was holding on to Celestia for dear life. They were on the wild blue yonder and Las Pegasus. Celestia couldn't help but scream with utter delight. The filly she was with wasn't faring so well. Celestia and Twilight landed in the middle of a play in Manhattan. The whole audience stopped cheering immediately and stared at the princess as if she was an alien. Celestia and Twilight were in the Everfree forest just beside 2 very hungry timber wolves. Twilight was too busy panicking and shrieking, so Celestia had to pick her up and run, the timber wolves chasing behind. Celestia unfurled her wings and took off into the air with speed she had no idea she possessed. She did a loop in the air and faced the timber wolves. Take that! Celestia taunted. With that, she turned and flew to a nearby open field. She landed, breathing heavily. Twilight was speechless. Her eyes met Celestia's. They stared at each other for what felt like a long time. Both ponies fought to catch their breath. Then Celestia started to laugh. Twilight stared dumbstruck. But Celestia continued laughing. She laughed and laughed and laughed. It was a slow, gradually building thing, and it brought Celestia so much joy and happiness. She laughed so much, she had to lie on the grass and put her hoof on her rib. It was slightly aching from all the laughing. She reached over and pulled Twilight in a hug. Thank you, Twilight. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. This was the happiest day of my life. It's been centuries since I've had a good adventure. In the middle of all my work, I never got the chance to go crazy and enjoy stuff like that. So thank you. Eventually, Twilight joined in, and they both laughed. Hen Games by Summer Solstice. Celestia watched over Scootaloo's shoulder as Applebloom and Sweetie Belle departed. sisters leading the way. Their forms gradually disappeared into the eventide horizon. Celestia brought her head low to the filly and spoke. "Child, you are expecting some pony to accompany your return to Ponyville, are you not?" Scootaloo's answer came uncertainly. "Yeah, Rainbow Dash was supposed to pick me up with every pony else, but I don't see her anywhere." Celestia pondered. I'm certain it's nothing to fret over, but I could look for her if you'd like." Scootaloo bobbed her head rapidly, and Celestia returned it with a single placent nod. Turning away from the filly, she gestured to her guards and then Scootaloo. "Guards, see that this young lady is protected on my leave." Then, to Scootaloo, "I will not be long." Though Celestia knew not much about Twilight's friends, she could expect with certainty the Rainbow One would arrive by feather over hoof. Once in the open, she spread her great wings and took to the skies, scanning the horizons for any notion of her whereabouts. She found none, nor others. This was not unusual. Pegasi generally shied from late night flying for safety reasons. Immediately she waited for the mare's arrival and reflected. She realised a part of her didn't wish for Scootaloo's departure. Not so soon, at least. It was exceptionally rare she had the opportunity to care for young ones. She'd been eager to allow Miss Cherylee to bring her class for a field trip. And when Scootaloo and her friends, the Cutie Mark Crusaders they called themselves, begged their sisters to stay longer, Celestia leapt at the chance. True to the public perception of her as the nation's kind of mother figure, Princess Celestia adored caring for others, young ones in particular. It reminded her of when Luna and her were fillies, and she, the older sister, responsible for her little sibling's behaviour. Many times she opined for those simpler days, but for a long while now, Luna had been as grown as she was. Oof! The wind was knocked from her lungs. Something had struck her from the side and sent her hurtling to the ground. But she quickly realigned herself, and she caught her breath and swiveled about to see who or what had impacted her. She heard a familiar voice. "Oops! Sorry, Princess!" With nervous laughter, Rainbow Dash flew down to meet her. "Didn't see you there. Got caught up with some stuff and came here as fast as I could, which, as you can probably tell, is pretty fast. Not that I'm bragging or anything." Indeed, never bragging, she thought mirthfully. "It's alright, I've endured far worse in my time. Come, Scootaloo is waiting for you." When Celestia returned alongside Rainbow, Scootaloo's expression brightened. She bounced on her hooves excitedly and tossed the two a wave. "Sup, Squirt?" said Rainbow, and ruffled the filly's mane into an unkempt mess. But where Scootaloo expected her to offer up her back, Rainbow continued. "Had some tryouts come up, so I won't be able to take you home tonight, and your aunts won't be able to come for a few days either. Was thinking the princess could keep you a bit longer till I got the time." Scootaloo pouted, cast her gaze downwards. "Oh, okay." "Oh, come on, kid. You get to hang out with the oldest living relic in the whole world. Who wouldn't kill for a chance like that?" Celestia frowned, raised an eyebrow in Rainbow's direction. I mean, the, most experienced mare in Equestria." "I'm not saying you're old." Rainbow gulped, and Celestia, after snorting, burst into a fit of ladylike giggles. Scootaloo followed on the joke, and eventually Rainbow too joined in, though more nervously. "I'll take good care of her," Celestia assured. "There are many things in the castle that should keep her busy." "Oh," Scootaloo whined. "I can't go canterlotting?" "Canterlotting? Is that what they call it these days?" "No, however, I'm afraid not. Not unless I can find a pony to escort you. The city is safe, of course, but I'd rather not take the risk." Scootaloo stuck out her bottom lip, but nodded reluctantly. As Celestia observed, Rainbow crouched to Scootaloo's ear and whispered words unheard. Whatever she had said, it changed the filly's disappointment to a queer grin. "Well, see you later then. Hopefully tomorrow. Hopefully without crashing into me this time," Celestia said, winking, and crimson flush rose to Rainbow's cheeks. Scootaloo gawked at her. "Wait, did you seriously?" "Well, Gotta go. See you later. Before Scootaloo could finish assessing the truth of Celestia's accusations, Rainbow was dashing madly away. She hadn't bothered to finish her sentence before she was gone, words becoming harder and harder to make out as she disappeared like a twinkle into the dusk horizon. Celestia watched her departure with a half smile, amused, and then returned her attention to her charge. So then, Celestia said, I'll see to it that you eat well tonight. Perhaps, now that it is just you and I? Softly smiling, Celestia leaned down to Scootaloo's level. Perhaps I'll permit you a drink of wine. My cabinets are stocked with only the finest vintage liquors in Equestria. Just a sip though, and no telling. Abruptly she rose, and beckoned with an unfurling wing. But in the meantime, let us head off to sup. Scootaloo nodded, and her eyes glinted with mischief. Mischief that Celestia took to mean excitement at the prospect of trying alcohol. Her assumption was partially correct. The trot to the banquet hall was not a long one, but it was not short either. Along the way she dropped to chat briefly with ponies she knew well, but generally tried to keep pace with the hunger of a growing foal. She smiled reminiscently, remembering how she and her sister would become so cranky and churlish when they didn't receive their food on time. As she did, she felt a tickle upon her flank and flicked at it with her tail. Just an itch, it would appear. Peculiar. Celestia began to note how the guards and attendants would glance her way and chuckle amongst themselves. She wondered what it was they found so funny. But when she turned her head in their direction, they'd suddenly stand straight and salute as if nothing were amiss. Oh well, she thought, let them have their fun, whatever it may be. Later that night, after being filled with a generous meal prepared by the masterful hooves of Celestia's chefs, Scootaloo lay in bed, gazing up at the darkened ceiling. She took in the size of the room. It was massive for any one foal or grown pony for that matter, and stocked to the rafters with the sort of amenities a mare like Rarity could die for. She wouldn't admit it for the sake of her own ego, but without her friends it felt lonely. Too large just for her. The accompaniment of her friends and classmates had been a reassuring presence, and made the whole place not feel so big and intimidating. If nothing else, she would at least be entertained for a while thanks to Rainbow's pranking idea, which when she thought about it, a light bulb went off above Scootaloo's head. Hey, get out of here! What did I tell you about doing that? Squawking, Scootaloo slapped her hoof against the light bulb and sent it crashing to the floor. That stupid thing seemed to really enjoy interrupting her when she was about to have an idea. Now she had to recollect herself and figure out where she had been. So, where was she? Oh, right! A light bulb went off inside Scootaloo's head, mark her words, because this was going to be her best plan for getting a cutie mark yet. It wasn't until Celestia went to bed and she finally noticed the sticky note taped to her butt. It crumpled against her fur when she sat onto the cover, to which she'd plucked the paper off with her magic and floated it before her so she could read. Sun-sized, it read, and she scowled lightly. The talk over how she had a larger than average plank was not an uncommon one, and it was a joke she didn't much appreciate. She'd never personally been one for mocking others' appearances. She shrugged, scrunched the offending paper into a tight ball, and tossed it into the fireplace. Ultimately, she supposed, if it gave the ponies under her some sense of levity, she could tolerate it. The following morning, upon her wake, she'd forgotten entirely the joke and the prankster who played it on her. She had a busy schedule to work through today, and in her mind the best way to start off a day such as that was to freshen up in the morning. Her shower went without trouble, and then she went to Scootaloo's room to alert her for breakfast. But oddly, when she knocked upon the filly's door, she received no answer. When she peeked inside after announcing her presence, she saw the girl wasn't present at all. Strange, she mused. But she figured she'd find her somewhere, and she did, once she made her way to the dining hall. Apparently Scootaloo had beaten her there. "Good morning to you," Celestia greeted. "I was wondering why you weren't in your chambers." Scootaloo beamed. If Celestia didn't know any better, she swore it seemed like she was trying to hold something back. "Morning, princess. Yeah, I was really hungry, so I came early." Celestia nodded and politely took her place opposite the girl. Breakfast had already been whipped up for her, but not yet for Celestia. The chefs waited typically for her to give her explicit request, unless ordered otherwise. When Celestia seated herself, however, she startled as a sound ripped from the seat. Celestia's features contorted. She sat up immediately, looked down to the chair, and there saw a whoopee cushion. Behind her, she could hear Scootaloo's barely contained snicker. "Now just what is going on here?" she mumbled to herself. "Such foolish games. Ah well, nothing of it." She plucked the toy off her seat and teleported it back to her chambers for later disposal. First a note, now this. It would appear she had a dedicated jester in her midst. Afterwards, breakfast went well. She ordered huevos rancheros topped with a bed of hash browns and fried onion straws, crisped to perfection, all smothered in the chunkiest and spiciest hay chili they could prepare. The meal was altogether perhaps a tad decadent, and she felt that maybe the previous evening's prankster's gambit had a point about keeping her weight in check. But she loved the sensation of delicious food too much to restrain herself. Besides, she reasoned, she was an Alicorn. A little extra padding could hardly hurt, right? The rest of the day was mostly uneventful. Dry court hearings over which she presided, mind-numbing conversations with diplomats or dukes and duchesses over the minute wording of a single line from a single throwaway passage, the usual for her. The one thing she did look forward to that afternoon was the grand opening of a new exhibition hall, where the ponies of Equestria could gather and plan showings of everything from art to music or alchemical creation. But when she went to use her pair of royal, state-issued scissors, the ribbon remained intact. Strange, Celestia thought, but not all too unusual. The same had happened to her before. She just needed to try again. "Not to worry, my subjects. I'm certain these scissors will see to cooperate with their princess," she joked. Smiling, a quiet, amused laughter passed through the crowd, the only kind of laughter capable among the elite of society. Celestia grimaced. Frustrated, Celestia's face hardened into angry determination. Nothing. With a groan of exasperation she could scarcely keep hidden, she passed the issue and the scissors off to gathered ponies. From somewhere deep in the crowd she heard a filly's guffaw, one that sounded similar but that she couldn't quite pinpoint, and from there the laughter spread amongst every pony else like a wave. She tried to maintain her composure and cleared her throat, slicing the ribbon in two with her magic instead. "I present to you Canterlot's most recent contribution to the fine works of this great nation," she proclaimed. But even in her royal Canterlot voice, she could barely be heard above the din of laughter. After that little incident, Celestia was glad to be back in the palace and out of the public eye. It would be weeks, maybe months before the tabloids and street chat stopped talking about it. Now though, here in her own domain, she could unwind a little. Dinner came soon, and she was eager to dine. Scootaloo sat across from her as before, and Luna alongside towards the end of the table. The three were engaged in a small conversation over nothing in particular when the food arrived, and Celestia was surprised. She hadn't given any explicit orders for tonight's meal. She supposed the chefs must have had something in mind they wanted her to try. Each meal was different. Scootaloo had a chickpea burger with spicy barbecue sauce and fried pickles, Luna a roasted tomato bisque with a sort of margarita pizza style grilled cheese, and Celestia one of her favourite meals of all time, cottage pie. Humming in anticipation, she closed her eyes and forked a piece off with her magic. She levitated the forkful up into her mouth and awaited the savoury goodness of potatoes and hay beef. She nearly gagged on her own fork. The taste was wrong. Eyes wide, she stared down at her plate, and past the pie she saw what looked like cake? Yes, right there, where she'd removed a piece from the greater whole. Rather than more potato layer and pie filling behind it, it looked like the inside of a strawberry cake with vanilla frosting. Inspecting it further, she scooped up the potato mash and tried that on its own. Frosting. Some with the filling. When she actually got past the fact that the whole thing was just a big piece of cake, she could enjoy it, but the initial expectation and utterly unexpected surprise had shaken her. "What great fun!" Luna exclaimed, clapping her silver-clad hooves together. "Whoever played this upon you must be of great mind and greater humour. Dear sister, you should feel honoured." "Yes," Celestia replied stiffly, smiling like cardboard. "Honoured." In her mind, she relived that afternoon. That morning, last night, she'd been able to tolerate it at first, but she was at her wit's end. The next strike that came, she was going to hit back. Scootaloo hopped off her high chair once Celestia announced her departure for the evening. Grinning, she skipped over to Luna and prodded her shoulder with her forehoop. "Luna! Luna! Luna!" The princess quirked her head. "Yes, little Scoots?" she asked. Grinning wider, Scootaloo leaned up and whispered for Luna's ears only. "I was the one who did the cake prank, and the scissors, and, basically everything else. I'm trying to get my prankster's cutie mark." "Oh!" Luna exclaimed. For a momentary flicker, the nighty mare thought to alert her sister, then thought better of it. In fact, she thought of a much better idea. "Dear Scootaloo," she purred, "I have a proposition for you." From first crack of dawn, Celestia was on the warpath. She would find this hooligan and bring them to justice. For her, that meant only a stern reprimand. But heavens help her if she couldn't put the fear of divinity into a mare. Oddly, she could find neither high nor low the filly named Scootaloo, neither in her room nor at breakfast. More strangely, however, was the lack of pranks throughout the rest of the day. What gives? She wondered. Yesterday had been a cavalcade of japes and jokes, but today there was nary a peep, nor was there, she noted, any sign of the foal she was in charge of. She asked around naturally, but no pony where she'd gone off to. Hours passed, as did lunchtime, and nothing. Soon enough it was time for her scheduled Parliament session of the week, held in the same grand room used for day court. She walked through the doors to find herself the only one present, and went to take her place at the back wall, behind her speaking podium. Just to be certain, she glanced behind her at the seat, eyeing it with supreme suspicion. Nothing rested on the cushion, so she removed it with her magic and discovered nothing there either. She breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Maybe, just maybe, the prankster had had their fill, or decided it was not conducive to one's well-being to toy with their head of state. Either way, she sat upon her haunches and folded her front hooves to wait. Attendants trickled in little by little as the session grew closer, steadily filling the high-seated rows lining the left and right walls. When near to everyone was present, she pounded her gavel and announced session was in order. "Now where, oh where is my assistant?" she questioned, and slyly paged, said Mare in the lulls between talking. But right when she was ready to send it out, her beloved secretary arrived. "My sincerest apologies," Raven said, bowing and crossing herself profusely. I'm not sure what happened, but I couldn't find the coffee pot anywhere. Then I just did, and I had some already freshly brewed. So I brought that. I see, said Celestia, skeptically. She took the non-offensive looking cup of joe and sniffed. Well then, all seems in order to me. Thank you, Raven. Of course, Your Majesty. Just let me know if you need anything else, Raven said, bowing again. When Celestia took her sip, she did so daintily. She suspected the disappearance of the coffee pot had something to do with the mystery joker, but the dark brew appeared and smelled all regular to her. A cursory magical examination revealed the same. A pony would need to be a very powerful caster to hide a spell or potion from her, and certainly a child like Scootaloo could never accomplish such a feat, for she'd begun to suspect her the machinator behind all these recent troubles. Then she felt something. She'd already drunk half the cup and sensed it was too late. Beneath her, Celestia felt her body being pushed up. More padding was gathering under her, like the cushion was gradually expanding. But no, when she looked down, she saw it wasn't the cushion, it was her rump. Celestia shrieked and the coffee cup dropped, splashing its contents across the marble and carpet. Seething, she stood and imposed herself over the room. In her royal canterlot voice she boomed, gesturing to the cup and her bloated flanks. They'd grown massively in only a few seconds, leaving her haunches a cartoonish pair of bouncing balloons, sun-sized indeed. Who hast dare violate our body in this grotesquity? Reveal thyself, knave, and we shall show us thou the white fury of the sun! The room went silent, then burst into raucous laughter. Each solar hot word she spat, any intimidation factor she possessed, was quashed utterly by the way her backside jiggled about behind her. But there, off to the side, she saw two very specific ponies giggling to themselves. You! She mouthed, but dared not announce. They would get their punishment sooner or later. For the time being, she called the session to disperse and reassemble the next day. In the courtyard, she brought out a tool she hadn't used in a very, very long time. Later, during dinner, she acted as if everything were normal, like she didn't suspect a thing about either of them. Upon finishing her meal, she tidied up, dabbed at her lips with a napkin, folded it, and left her dishes neatly stacked for the servants to collect. She continued holding conversation, but interjected once Luna finished her own supper. Luna, there were some important matters I wish to speak with you of before tomorrow. Would you kindly accompany me outside? Of course, sister, Luna agreed, and shoved away from the table. She pushed her chair back in, and when passing Scootaloo gave her a quick hair ruffle and knowing wink. Scootaloo returned it, and Celestia did not fail to notice the passing gesture. The second Luna stepped out into the banquet hall and closed the doors. Celestia teleported the both of them somewhere quiet and secluded in the castle. She couldn't risk Luna trying to escape. I know, Celestia stated simply, levelling a stern glare her sister's way that could melt steel beams, a fact which couldn't be said about jet fuel. Luna inquired warily, not fully understanding. You know? Yes, I know, she repeated harshly. Don't play dumb with me, Luna. I know about your little game with Scootaloo. The realization solidified rapidly onto the Princess of the Night's features. Her eyes widened and began darting left and right to seek an escape route. None existed, but just to make sure, Celestia erected a glowing golden wall on either side. If Luna wanted to get through those, she'd need to put up her magical dukes. I am afraid I don't fully comprehend what it is you are implying of me, Tia. I have done nothing with dear little Scootaloo besides converse. Is that so? Then what would you have to say about this? Celestia demanded, popping the coffee cup from earlier into existence. She threw it against the floor at Luna's hooves, which slowly rolled until it bounced off her regalia, with a metallic confusion, realization, recognition, and finally comprehension dawned on Luna's face, flashing rapidly from one to the other. You can tell me, Lulu. I'm not too angry, just mostly angry. Celestia cooed, sidling up alongside her younger sibling. When Celestia wanted to, she could leverage her superior height and power to its fullest, and she did so now, with her chin upturned, chest held high, and stature straight, and a smug expression of condensation on her snout. She came across as positively imperious. To soothe Luna's worries, she laid a wing atop her, wrapping it around her side and rubbing gently. We're sisters. Tell me what you want, and I will give it to you. All you need to do is admit what you did. Scootaloo was left alone in the dining room for an uncomfortably long wait before Celestia returned. Luna, however, was nowhere in sight. She was too busy playing on her brand sparkling new Haystation 5. Of which maybe 3 or so existed on the entirety of Frost's green Equus, at least those which weren't in the possession of scalpers. More importantly, she squealed on the baby chick, and that chick was about to get roasted. Scootaloo? Celestia said in her softest, kindest voice. There is something special I'd like you to see. Could you be a dear and follow me, please? Scootaloo nodded, and was led out into the courtyard. In the centre, beneath the dusky sky, was what looked to be some sort of cannon. It was ornate, white with gold trim, amethyst inlaid, blotched with shapes that looked like lunar craters. This is the only remaining cannon from a war in Equestria's past, lost to history, Celestia lectured. Every last word she spoke was a blatant lie. It's no longer functional, so don't worry about your safety. I would never harm a child. Would you like to see it up close? Scootaloo nodded, cocking her head this way and that to look at the massive thing from every angle. Compared to it, she was tiny. Even next to Celestia, it towered above, almost twice as high. Whatever ammunition could be loaded into this, Scootaloo reasoned, would be the size of a boulder. Somewhere, far out in Equestria, Tom burst into cold sweats. May I touch it? Asked Scootaloo. Celestia bowed her head in a half nod, granting her permission. You may. It's been enchanted so that no handling will mar its features. Astounding, is it not, that mere magic can sustain a relic from before my own time into the present? Of course, spells like that need upkeep to continue functioning. But regardless, it is a marvel. Can you feel it, the weight of thousands of years of witness history? I can, Scootaloo said, amazed, as she traced the gold trim's contours with her hoof. Celestia would never tell her she was the one who made the cannon in the first place. Only a touch over 1,000 years ago at that. Still impressive, no doubt, but nowhere near the ancient antiquity she made it out to be. Whatever got her to buy the scam, Celestia didn't much care. No pony called her butt fat, especially not some bratty foal. Celestia pushed further, coming in behind Scootaloo to nudge her with a wing. Gently, the filly was guided more into the cannon's front. Would you like to take a closer look, young one? They stood before the cannon now, partly aimed up. It was just low enough to the ground a younger pony could climb into it. Subtly, Celestia again brushed her feathers against Scootaloo's back, implicitly urging her forward. Surprisingly, Scootaloo fell for the bait. For a pony able to pull the wool over her eyes multiple times in the span of a few days, those smarts definitely didn't seem to matter. It seemed almost too convenient. But then again, children were rather stupid. She watched the filly clamber up into the barrel, using the momentum she could generate from her wings to create extra boost. Once she was securely inside, Celestia paced behind the cannon and prepared to send this particularly annoying chicken flying. From deeper inside, Celestia heard Scootaloo shout, "It's really dark in here!" Celestia just smiled. "Oh yes, but don't worry," she said. "It will be much brighter where you're going." "What do you mean, Princess?" Scootaloo got her answer when Celestia lit the fuse, before it sent the orange-purple filly hurtling towards the moon. She offered her one last comment. "This is for calling me fat!" And thus, amidst the boom of the cannon and the surprised scream of Scootaloo gradually tapering off into the horizon, Celestia cackled. Scootaloo landed on the surface of the moon with a heavy displacing dust all around her. Equestria made up a swirly blue and green marble far away, and the rest surrounding her was empty black, punctuated by the occasional twinkling of stars, as she processed the punishment she'd been given, reflecting on how stupid it'd been to do what she'd done. She looked down, overjoyed momentarily at having finally gotten a cutie mark. The whole point of this venture had been to get it, and although she now faced indeterminate imprisonment on the surface of the moon, she'd achieved her goals. Eagerly, she looked down to her flank and saw rubber chicken, hanging limply, with a brush-marked red X across it. "Seriously?" She shrugged. At least Celestia hadn't fired her into the sun. For the next day or so, Scootaloo traversed the lunar plain dully. There wasn't a whole lot to see beyond barren, whitish-grey landscape, and the whole bouncy house gravity charm wore off quickly. The rest of her time she spent moving rocks around, peeking under them to make sure there weren't any spooky moon rock crab spiders, and exploring craters. She did try looking at the sun at one point, but after having a dark spot burned into her vision, she realised that might not have been the greatest idea she'd ever had. Fortunately, her sentence was not a 1,000-year one. All told, she was on the moon for about a day before she was unceremoniously teleported from there back to Equestria. Her eyes widened as Celestia stood before her, looming regally above her. Her expression bore that of a stern, motherly figure, silent and disappointed. She said not a word, as though waiting for Scootaloo to first break the silence. Scootaloo bowed and apologised. "I'm sorry, Princess. You should be. Mocking your elders for things which they cannot help is not a very kind thing to do." She said this, of course, knowing that she could absolutely slim down if she only cut back on the calories. She wasn't going to tell Scootaloo that, though. What was she? Stupid? "Besides," she laughed, "I believe your new cutie mark is punishment enough." "Oh, yeah, that." On second thought, maybe Scootaloo would have preferred she'd been fired into the sun. But before she could mull over that for very long, the cutie mark disappeared from her flanks. Celestia grinned like a madmare and leaned close, whispering to Scootaloo. Pranpia. Worshipping at the Altar of Knowledge by TCC56. Chapter 1. Observe. Gliding in low over the treetops, Twilight did her best to stay silent. Alerting the crowd below would have grave consequences. A massive bonfire crackled in the middle of them, threatening to ruin her night vision while still casting the cluster of robed figures in flickering shadow. It had been rumours originally, quiet comments and the barest of murmurs. Official inquiries had only sent them deeper to ground. SMILE assets had eventually teased out enough to find the location of this meeting, but little more. To stop the cult from gaining any more traction, they needed information. They needed to find out details. This wasn't a princess's job, the captain of the guard had said. I need to do something that isn't looking at tax law, or I will throw several nobles into the sun, the princess had responded. I think that would be a good thing, had been his counterpoint. I could make you a baron first, had been hers. Which is why she was now coasting on the breeze to spy on a secretive and likely evil cult in the wild forest near Foal Mountain. Granted, there were 2 platoons of royal guards only a mile away and ready to pounce. But she was the one who was investigating and observing, and not engaging. The captain had refused to give any ground on that one, the spoil sport. A low-flying cloud provided the perfect perch for Twilight, letting her settle down within hearing range as the cultists gathered. Dark purple robes blended in with the shadowy forest around, eerily moving in the twilight before twilight. She was a bit late to the scene. They had already started. The one who stood alone at the northernmost point of the circle continued to speak. And so it shall be. Nothing and no pony shall impede our quest, our sacred duty. He waved a hoof in the air, motioning to the sky, and coincidentally towards the hidden twilight. To open the mysteries of the universe itself, and find the path to true magic. Around the fire, the others in purple echoed his words in a refrain. The path to true magic! The secret knowledge shall not be held back from us, my friends. Those who would selfishly hoard it will bow before us at the altar of knowledge after they are shown the error of their ways. And the gathering once more echoed the words, The altar of knowledge! Twilight's wings twitched. Oh no, they were the worst kind of evil cultists. Educated. This was bad. This was really bad. They read books, which meant they had the knowledge to get what they were after. They probably read the wrong books so they wouldn't be an evil cult, but Twilight could appreciate the wisdom of, and danger in, their attempts. The leader stomped a hoof against the hard ground. A chunk of slate was there, possibly placed for this exact purpose. The crack of hoof on stone echoed in the dark. Now let us begin tonight's work, my friends. I presume that you are all prepared. Above, Twilight braced. Each of the crowd of cultists pulled an object from their robe. Books. She could recognize that much in an instant, though the exact titles were a mystery. A part of Twilight screamed in panic that these obviously evil ponies might burn them. Another part screamed that the light was far too poor for proper reading, and they would give themselves eye strain. There was a firm nod from the leader. Excellent! You may break into your study groups now! To your places! And the cult obeyed. The circle of ponies scattered, dissolving into 11 smaller clusters, 6 evenly spaced around the inside, 5 more on the outside in a lopsided manner. Twilight frowned at that. Something about that configuration was familiar. Before joining the last group, the leader spoke again. Everyone has a study partner before we begin reading? Yes? Good. None of you should study alone because... And as one, the group spoke a chilling refrain. Friendship is magic! Oh no! Those two words were the entirety of Twilight's thoughts. The rest of her brain was locked up in absolute terror. To the princess's credit, it only took her half a minute to pull herself out of it and into a panicked, dead sprint of deduction. The cult was arranged in 11 groups, a familiar 6-pointed star with 5 smaller ones lopsidedly arranged around it. Deep purple robes, a dedication to knowledge and books. Twilight's mental gears jammed again as she attempted to process what had to be the truth. This was her cult! Or at least one dedicated to her, came the quick stream of mental justifications. She didn't start it and didn't control it, so she couldn't really say it was hers, and Twilight clamped her eyes shut and counted to 10. She had to keep under control, and she needed time to gather her thoughts. With a quick burst of wind, the Princess of Friendship lifted away from the cloud and took to the air again. She thankfully wasn't seen, and blessed silence covered her path all the way to the waiting royal guards. The leader of the detachment saluted as she landed. "Ready to move in, your highness, just give the word." His response was thoughtful silence that lasted long enough for nervous unease to sink into the entire contingent. "No," Twilight finally settled on. "Not tonight, Sergeant." She raised her head from her thoughts to meet his eyes. "Have our people continue to keep an eye on the known members of this cult and watch their actions. Before any action is taken, I must consult some important sources of knowledge." A pause, then a quick addition. "To make sure every pony is safe, I mean. I need to research something." The guards didn't look happy, but they understood orders, and as they turned to head home, Twilight took to the skies herself, not towards Canterlot, but to Silver Shoals. Not many ponies in Equestria could give advice when it came to this. Fortunately, Twilight knew just where to find the most knowledgeable there was. Chapter 2. Question. It was technically correct that the former princesses of Equestria lived in Silver Shoals. The more descriptive statement would be that their retirement villa was inside the township of Silver Shoals, nestled between the shoreline and a steep hill. As she glided in, Twilight couldn't help but be reminded of Canterlot Castle and how the two-towered structure ahead looked just similar enough to evoke the original, despite the vast differences in size, location and building material. Finding Celestia was easy enough. Missing a massive Alicorn sunning herself on the seaward deck would have required being blind. Rather than going to the front door and forcing Celestia to get up to answer it, Twilight simply landed beside her. The former Diarch's ear twitched at the sound of hooves on wood, but she let Twilight close the gap. It was only when the younger Alicorn stood over her that she spoke. "You're in my light." "It's my light now," came the sassy reply, and both of them broke out into laughter. Celestia rose from the lounge chair, wrapping hooves and wings around her former student. "Twilight, it's so good to see you. It hasn't been that long, but I've still missed you so." "I missed you too." Twilight nuzzled her former teacher without even realizing it. "I know I should come around more often to visit, but duty calls," Celestia completed with a knowing smile. "I believe I understand that burden." Twilight blushed. "Speaking of burdens, I'm sorry to say that this isn't a social call either. I need to ask you and Luna for advice about something. Celestia pulled away from Twilight to turn inside. You may have to wait a few minutes then. Luna is currently out doing her rounds, but she's due back any time now. A bit of tea while we wait. Following, Twilight gave a small nod to affirm the question. Her rounds? Oh, did Luna become a doctor? No, it hasn't been long enough for her to finish the schooling. Maybe a nurse though? There was a rather deep sigh from Celestia at that. No, Twilight, my sister is not a nurse. She's... The front door thumped open. Luna came barreling into the kitchen with a broad grin on her face and a dark brown uniform on her body. Sister! Today was another glorious day in the... Oh, greetings, Twilight Sparkle! The Princess of Friendship stared for a moment. You're a male mare? Celestia's long and belaboured sigh confirmed it. Please don't ask questions. She's enthusiastic about answering them. Luna lofted her cap onto a hook, then stuck out her tongue at her sister. I'll join both of you in a minute. I just need to change out of my uniform. As the dark Alicorn left, the other two turned back to the kitchen table. Celestia floated a plate of scones to the middle before starting the kettle. I should probably have asked before, Twilight, but how time-sensitive is this matter? You didn't seem in a rush, but I know how affairs of state can be. No, not too much. Twilight lifted a scone in her aura, examining it. Apple cinnamon, and she knew the particular scent of Sweet Apple Acres apple by heart this point. A brief pang of nostalgia ran through her. From what SMILE was able to figure out, there's another 2 weeks before the cult meets. Celestia spun around. Cult? Did you say cult? Twilight frowned deeply. Yes, I'm afraid. And it gets worse. They appear to be worshipping. She swallowed roughly, voice full of shame. Me. Of all the reaction Twilight had been expecting, Celestia letting out a cheerful whoop was not one of them, nor was the former princess shouting down the hall. Luna! Hurry up! Twilight has her first cult! The royal Canterlot voice echoed down the hall. Huzzah! It is about time! What? Twilight stared gormlessly at her old mentor. This didn't make any sense. It took longer than we had expected, Celestia explained without actually explaining what Twilight cared about. Though, I suppose your area of rule is a bit less showy than ours was. Twilight blinked rapidly, trying to grasp what was going on. Wait, are you saying that you and Luna had cults? And that you expected I was going to have one too? Celestia laughed, as a parent laughs when their child first realizes that the parent had once been young too. Dear Twilight, if you don't have at least one every decade or two, you're probably doing something wrong. Before Twilight could question that further, Luna entered with a towel around her neck. So, have they yet begun sacrifices in the name of the Great Sparkle? You must give us details. Despite the vast number of wild and confused thoughts going through Twilight's head at that very moment, one of the more unlikely ones was what finally fought to the surface. Never call me that again, she tensely asked Luna. You make me sound like Trixie. The great and powerful Trixie, Luna helpfully corrected as she pulled a delicate pink teacup out of the cupboard. Twilight pursed her lips and her face went red, trying not to shout. Celestia broke out laughing again. Twilight, you really should relax. You seem to think that this is a terrible crisis. It's not. It is, in fact, entirely expected and natural. So I should just be fine with having a cult worshipping me? Letting them be and doing who knows what in my name? Twilight pawed at the tile uneasily. She didn't like a bit of that thought. Oh no, you should crush them completely, answered Celestia, much to Twilight's continued confusion. As brutally and quickly as possible. Luna, who had picked up a scone in the meanwhile, snorted with loud derision. The two sisters appeared about ready to argue, but Twilight interrupted them first. Can you two please start from the beginning? I'm completely lost here. I just found out there's a dark cult that worships me and reads books in the woods, and you're both excited? Luna, instead of helping, started to giggle. Reads books in the woods? That's so you. Celestia cut in before Twilight could work herself up worse. Setting that aside for the moment, the reason my sister and I are as relaxed about this as we are is because it's perfectly normal. Consider it from the average pony's perspective. We're immortal beings of unique appearance and with great enough magical power that we have control over celestial bodies and the forces of the cosmos. Is it any surprise that some ponies would see us as divine figures? In the old days, Luna said, sitting across from Twilight, when Equestria had just begun, it wasn't uncommon. We never encouraged such things, but nor did we shy away from it. By the time of my banishment, both of us had followers of a significant size. She paused before adding, as did Starswell. Quickly, Celestia interrupted with a correction. Starswell and I had a number of students who worshipped the ground we walked on, in the more traditional sense. Wizard groupies, Luna swarmily clarified. Twilight blushed and decided to look intently at her scone. Your idol's proclivity to collect swooning students aside, the worship of an Alicorn was simply a thing that happened at the time. Until Nightmare Moon? Twilight half questioned. She had a guess about where this was going. Celestia nodded. Yes, until Nightmare Moon. Things went awkwardly silent, only to be finally broken by the kettle. All three startled at the noise, but it was enough to shatter the sombre introspection. Celestia lifted the kettle from the burner and continued. After the banishment, many of Luna's followers turned down a dark path. I tried for a time to steer them from it, but most would not be swayed. Just as with Luna, the good intentions and reasonable points behind their actions became twisted. The eldest Alicorn paused, leaning over to hug her sister. Luna's previous joviality had drained away and been replaced by shame. It was smothered completely under a second hug as Twilight came around the table to join in. In time, the three broke apart and Celestia poured out the tea before picking up the tale once more. In the end, I had little choice but to crush those who worshipped the nightmare. A few who had fallen too far were placed into Tartarus, but most thankfully went back to quieter lives once I had disbanded their organisations and handed out more lenient punishments. She paused to sip her tea. The experience soured me on being worshipped as a whole. I'm still a pony, and what happened with Luna reminded me of how fallible I am. It took several generations, but I broke apart those who followed me as well. So, you both had cults that worshipped you, but you broke them up because you didn't like having an ego? Twilight cocked her head to the side, trying to make sure that she was taking the proper moral from this. And that such things will go bad, Celestia noted. Can go bad, was Celestia's correction. Will, came the quick counter, and Celestia sighed. As you can see, Twilight, we've had a long-standing disagreement about this since Luna's return. She feels that there is no harm in such worship, that it is merely a way for ponies to express themselves and their views. Luna picked up another scone and spread a bit of clotted cream on it. And she is of the mind that even the ones formed with the best intentions are corruptible and in time inevitably slide towards darkness. She popped a chunk of baked goods into her mouth and continued despite the heinous etiquette violation. Thus, 'tis better to break them early, before that path can be trod. Twilight looked back and forth between the two former princesses, a frown etched deep on her face. She had been hoping for advice, but this wasn't helping. What about Cadence? She's an Alicorn too. When did she have to deal with this? Your sister-in-law found a third path, which I fear would not work for you. Celestia shook her head gently. She chose to steer the cult she found by portraying herself as an avatar of the Crystal Heart. She became merely the stand-in for it, and her worship strengthens the heart and thus her empire. That did seem like a very cadenced way to handle things, but Celestia was right. That didn't help Twilight very much. She didn't have a massively powerful artifact that fed off love to aim the cult at. Unless she did. Well, they like books. So what if Celestia cut in before that thought could be completed. Twilight, I want you to think back to your singular overdue book and the adventure you had returning it. Now imagine how that would have gone if the library was staffed by religious fanatics who consider each book a sacred object. Barely able to suppress her snickers, Luna added, "Imagine the late fees!" Twilight's face fell. "My advice," Celestia offered, "is to squash this one immediately. If you decide to take a different approach later, I assure you, from experience, that another will appear in due time. But you are unprepared to deal with this now, my former student, and I know you're never happy to make a large choice that you rush into without proper..." She smirked with amusement. "Research." Luna waved half a scone at Twilight. "And my advice is to leave them be. You are the princess of friendship. To go in and punish ponies for having an enthusiastic hobby of their own free will is anathema to who you are. You will grow used to the adoration in time, Twilight. There is no avoiding it in the role you have chosen. Accept it with grace and use your position to steer them true." Letting out a deep sigh, Twilight nodded. "Thank you, both of you. You've given me a lot to think about. I'm sorry that I disturbed your retirement for something like..." "Twilight, if you think you're about to leave and brood about this, you are sorely mistaken." Celestia poked her purple friend with her teacup. "You've dealt with business, and now I fully expect you to stay for lunch and tell Luna and I all about how things have been for you lately." Slinging a companionable wing across Twilight, Luna beamed. "Indeed, you have been most lax with your letters, and we demand a full accounting of how all of our friends in Candela and Ponyville have been doing." And just like that, the threatening malaise lifted from Twilight's brightening face. "I suppose it would be rude if I didn't. Rarity practically demanded I pass along her well wishes next time I saw you. Do so, and tell us well of the Apple newlyweds." Luna winked playfully. "I am most curious how they have settled in." And so the next few hours passed as Twilight liked them, with friends. Chapter 3 Test. In the dark of the night, ponies gathered around the bonfire. Deep purple robes shrouded them all, concealing identity even from each other. The opening of their gathering had already passed, and they were once more breaking up into their individual groups. The positions were taken with care, and each made sure they had a partner. As he walked around the perimeter, their leader looked over his gathering. "Every pony is with someone. Good. None should study alone because..." As one, their voices rose. "Friend!" And they were interrupted. "Friendship is magic!" Nearly 3 dozen sets of eyes turned, and nearly 3 dozen jaws dropped. Twilight Sparkle, the Princess Twilight Sparkle, stood at the edge of the clearing. If any of them said a word, it was drowned out by the crackle of the bonfire and the rapid beating of their hearts. Hesitantly, Twilight took another step closer. "Hello, my friends!" That snapped them out of it. The word was magic, dispelling the silence. Mumbled voices conferred, each confirming that the Princess Twilight Sparkle had just addressed them as friend. At first one bowed to her, and then the others quickly after. No! Twilight trotted forward and lifted the nearest pony to his hooves. Friends, don't bow to friends! And yet the rest of them still bowed to her. Even the one she lifted went down again as soon as she let go. Frustration was already starting to rise within the princess, but she reminded herself she had to address this. If not for this group, for the future ones. Celestia and Luna had been clear on that much. She'd have to deal with this again, and wasting this first opportunity for direct study would be shameful. So Twilight took a deep breath. As your goddess, she started, I hereby order you to stop worshipping me. The congregation froze, looking at one another in confusion. But if we stop worshipping her, she's not our goddess anymore. Yeah, then she doesn't have the authority to order us to do things. So then we could start worshipping her again. Paradox! It's a logical paradox! Calm down, you fools. Can't you see she's testing us? Yes, a test of faith. Quick, who has a copy of Zeno's we can reference? I can't believe she has come to test our faith directly. Praise be! Twilight face-toothed. Oh no, they were the worst kind of cultists. Moving on to Plan C, Twilight wrapped the leader in her magic and pulled him over. You're in charge here? Get them up. I'm here to talk, and we can't have a conversation when you're all, She looked out at the cult around her. Worship, E? The leader once more bowed, making Twilight roll her eyes before she turned to the rest. She has commanded us, so let us listen to her words. Come, friends, there's no harm here. If she will speak, we should listen. The crowd rumbled uneasily, but slowly obeyed. They came closer, sitting in a loose horseshoe around Twilight. She breathed a little easier. Now came the hard part. If only she had brought Spike. A scroll of paper and quill appeared out of the air beside her. Question 1. Why worship? Why religion instead of other methods? Several of the cultists blinked owlishly. One raised a hoop. Is this a quiz? I'm bad at quizzes. Twilight smiled as best as she could under the weight of this ludicrous situation. It is, but there is no right or wrong answer. We're friends, right? And friends try to learn more about each other. And use field observation to create a hypothesis for later testing, but they didn't need to know that part. Getting the first one to speak was difficult as they hesitated. Well, I do it because I used to worship Celestia, but you took over for her, so it makes sense to change. The dam broke and the other answers unleashed rapid fire. You defeated all those bad guys, so you're a hero. I joined thinking this was your fan club, and it just got intense from there. Lemon Wedge over there's my friend and makes a really good fruit salad she brings every week. We were going to summon the demon Biblios. I don't have anything else to do on Thursday nights, and my neighbours said it would be fun. You're really hot, and I thought being part of your cult would give me a shot at asking you out. So, wanna go out? Twilight waited patiently for the cacophony to die down and the last of them to get their justifications out. Each one was written down, recorded for later reference. Alright, thank you. Let's start from the top. She adjusted the scroll, looking down it. Whoever said something about summoning a demon, first of all, Biblios isn't real. Second, go over there and sit quietly, you're under arrest. Summoning creatures from beyond is bad. Don't do that. Oh man! Off to the side, she scolded. If this wasn't in the middle of the woods, I'd have you stand in a corner and think about what you tried to do. As it is, wait quietly and we'll have a conversation with the royal guards later. Twilight waited as the shame-faced cultist obeyed. A hoof raised from the crowd and Twilight nodded to it. I thought you said there were no right or wrong answers to this. Twilight closed her eyes and took a deep breath before answering. There are no right or wrong questions for this quiz, but there are wrong answers for life. Summoning creatures from beyond the veil is one of them. She looked around those gathered as they nodded and agreed that was reasonable. Okay, second, Thank you for saying that I'm attractive, but I'm afraid I don't have time for a relationship right now. I'm running a country and I'm in charge of multiple stellar bodies, so dating is going to have to wait. The stallion who had mentioned that motivation perked up. So you're saying there's a chance later? When Tartarus freezes over, Twilight clarified. Sorry, but you're not my type. A mare several cultists down hopped up and let out a joyous whoop. Ha! In your face! I told you she didn't swing that way! Once more, Twilight phase 2. That's not... It's because you joined a dark shadow cult instead of speaking to me. That's not a good basis for a relationship. Her wings fluffed out with frustration, and a brief bit of appreciation for what Cadence probably had to deal with on a regular basis. Next, the fan club. Her eyes focused dead on one specific cultist. Star Tracker, I know that's you. I recognize your voice. She recognized my voice! Star Tracker! Twilight could already feel her patience wearing away under the table. You know better than this. And we already had a friendship lesson about idolizing other ponies and that sort of thing. Also, I know you're fully aware of my actual fan club. This is silly. Go home. She watched him turn and head out with his head hung low. Now! The princess glanced at her list. A bunch of you are just here because of friends, or because you don't have anything better to do, or because of... She squinted at her own horn writing. Fruit, salad. You can also go. I appreciate wanting to do things with your friends and to have a hobby, but I'm going to politely ask that you take up bowling or knitting instead of revering me as a goddess. Also, it's honestly a little insulting to be the sort of thing that you do when you don't have anything else to do. I'll do you when... Twilight struck the stallion, who continued to insist on hitting her with a stun blast. Lewd innuendo in public is also not a good way to try and secure a relationship with Sub-Pony. The stunned stallion was quickly carried off by several friends, leaving a crowd much smaller than before. Twilight looked them over with a critical eye, trying to appraise just what she was dealing with. Those of you who remain, you're true believers, right? The ones who are part of this because you believe? Looks were shared between the 7 that remained before they nodded as one. Good. Question 2 was going to be why me, but I guess that's been sort of covered. Plus, the whole sun and moon thing. So, question 3. If I leave you alone after this, what are you going to do with this, organization after I go? Once more, the cult's leader stepped forward. We shall take the word of your great name and spread it across Twilight cut him off. Okay, yeah, no, we're not doing that. No proselytizing, no conversions, definitely no crusades. In fact, here. She floated a second scroll and her quill over to one of the remaining cultists. We better set some ground rules. She shall pronounce her commandments unto us. Praise be! This was already going wrong again. Just write it down. Twilight almost felt like she was begging. Rule 1. No black magic. Don't be that guy over there. She pointed her hoop at the demon-loving cultist who was still sitting and waiting for the guard pickup. Rule 2. No forcing any pony to believe what you do if they don't want to. Rule 3. No sacrificing anything or any pony to me. Twilight halted, then corrected herself. Any creature to me, just in case. Rule 4, she bubbled, having already ran out of steam. Anyway, you get the idea. Those that remained all bowed once more. Yes, we hear and understand. We shall obey your commandments and serve you well. Good. Be well, my friends. Twilight stepped back and took to the sky. After flying out of sight, she teleported back to the camouflaged duck blind that had been set up beside the clearing. Agents! She nodded to the SMILE team that was in place. You understand your orders, I presume? The black-suited earth pony mare saluted. Yes, Your Highness. Watch them, record our observations and give you monthly reports on activity. Interfere only on your direct orders so that we preserve the integrity of the experiment. Twilight nodded with a grin. Wonderful. If everything goes well, we might even be able to get a paper in one of the big-name journals about this.